Alright. Gonna make sure this is live before I go any further here. Yes, looks to be steadily. Yes, live for Wednesday, October 15th, 2025. Yes, I am doing this last day, apparently. Albeit, to be fair, I did have Reddit to do, so that's kind of why this time. And then, also, apparently the UFO invasion didn't even start till Tuesday as well, apparently. And like when I stream stuff, could be before tunables. And yes, when I stream could be before the tunables tend to change at times. So maybe for the best for something like that to show that off. Maybe best have waited today, anyways. But anyways, going to title this or wait for a proper introduction. Whatever. Hello. Hello. Is this Insert Gambino here with a new stream? And this stream, I'm going to be going over the event week for this week from very early Thursday, as per usual, whatever, in Grand Theft Auto Online. But yeah, apparently this one did not get a new Rockstar Newswire. They just used the older Rockstar Newswire from October 2nd, I believe, so might want to be using a third-party source, of course, which I'm going to probably be doing myself for GTA series videos in their community post, or to get like early access info, usually on like Wednesday, like afternoons and stuff, I believe, usually, like the day prior, like less than 24 hours prior, or whatever, usually. But yes. Fucking. Yeah, going to title though, yeah, there's 2 times the money in RP on Judgment Day, and quite frankly, I only went the event week stream, cause, like, again, they didn't make like a whole new news wire, so I didn't really feel like it was that worthy of making like week whatever editions. Like, yeah, I'm sure there's a login reward that is new, of course, which I'll get to at some point, perhaps. But yeah, I didn't feel like putting week editions for another clothing item again, anyways. Kind of. So there's so So yes, just be aware there actually is probably some new sort of clothing items that could be worth hopping on for that you may also have to do some tasks for, of course. I know there definitely is one actually for a weekly challenge for the week, so this weekly challenge should, of course, have some kind of new clothing item, and you also will need to do it if you want to slash your clown outfit, I believe, is also apparently given out for the first time, I believe, as well, for the Vinewood, like, Undead collection. So yeah, there's a couple new things. Just be aware, even though I touted it event week stream in this particular case at least. But yes. So yeah, Judgment Day 2 times money RP though. It is an adversary mode, so on 2 times, I feel even 4 times. Probably don't expect any more than like a couple $100,000 or so, whatever, for the mode, whatever. Essentially. I was saying no more than a couple 100,000, whatever, something like an hour. Adversary modes are pretty much always more modes of fun rather than like modes of serious money making, obviously, though. Especially when it's a super competitive game type where you're going against other players of like varying skill levels and all that stuff, and not NPC like AI enemies and stuff. The adversary modes can pay based on like amount of time, like amount of players, how game modes play out. Obviously, you can play into that amount of time, such. So that's why they usually kind of, I would say, on average, should not pay more than like a couple hundred or so $1,000 an hour, no matter the times. Most likely. Yeah, Judgment Day has removed of like those bikes, like the Ghost Rider kind of things, kind of in a sense, essentially. Might be like a Terminator kind of beast mode or something. Judgment Day. It's kind of some Terminator. That that is yes, kind of a Terminator thing, right? I think they've kind of done like Terminator references since at least San Andreas, maybe even a little before that as well. So I would not be surprised if it's somehow Terminator related, albeit don't take that like 100% obviously. Obviously, yes, do not take that 100% though. I will admit I'm not really a media, like, movie kind of person per se that watches that kind of stuff hella crazy or nothing. I'm really much, I'm pretty much a gaming person, not a movie person, really. But yeah, the LCC Sync this year vehicle on that as well. Yeah, it's 30% off being advertised right here. LCC Sanctus motorcycle 30% off. I did go over this last week, of course, because obviously for like the whole month of the Halloween, they're going to have like some Halloween themed discounts that will pretty much last the whole month, essentially. So I'll pull up Google Sheets, I guess, here, and then go on to spreadsheet, basically. I've been like the last vehicle actually covered on the last event because it seems I was already looking at motorcycles. Interesting. And yes, a chopper looking motorcycle and motorcycle classes, sport bikes, obviously. So like those are two, pretty much tend to be the top of the class. I think it's more for the theme, obviously, rather than some kind of performance, obviously, though. So yeah, it's pretty much not going to perform that great. Yeah, motorcyclist class going off of Bruffy1322's vehicle spreadsheet. Bruffy1322 is a racing YouTuber for Grand Theft Auto Online, pretty much, and has all kinds of like very well done testing methodologies, all that kind of stuff. So I would not doubt any performance they provide, pretty much. Albeit motorcycles they haven't tested in a while since there's no tier for it, and it's an extra classes for the spreadsheet apparently. So somehow things could have changed, maybe if they were retested. But as of the last testings that have been done for it, though, it was apparently for 21st place for lap time as well as 32nd place for top speed. Apparently. And there's total of 56 motorcycles in the game. So yeah, top speed is below average for the class. For the Synctus, for the top speed, yeah, below average for the class. With 56 vehicles being in the 30s for top speed, yeah. But yeah, it's obviously yeah, more for the theming than anything. Not really surprised for the performance. Not really being there for that vehicle. And yeah, the vehicle does have some pretty unique red headlights. Oh man, fuck, it's Arnia though. Come on. But anyways, yes, I was saying though, it does have very unique red headlights that are actually not the arena colored headlights, given it came out in the Bikers DLC, which was 2016. So obviously this is before colored headlights were a thing. I do believe when I modified the vehicle, I noticed there was a slight difference for the red hue compared to the actual red headlights that are not one and the same. So it is still unique even with the arena headlights, I'm pretty sure. So I would definitely advise not changing the headlights on the vehicle for sure, 100%. Which, yeah, I believe you can, but yeah, probably would not, obviously, since it is kind of a slight, unique hue of red or whatever even the arena one's not exactly 100% of that, I'm pretty sure. Alright, then yes. Alright, selecting that, yeah, it does Judgment Day, apparently. Selecting this visits Stone Sanders Browder's website. Selecting this will just enter free mode, okay. Yes, though. Limited time Phantom Car here. Holy hell. Come on. We had a Phantom Car though, yes. Indeed. Yeah, that random event, whatever, is back apparently. Came out before. Would have had slight details on like a stream or something from like last year, whenever it came out initially, whatever. Yeah, some events might be back only for this week. The Possessed Animal one could be over for all I know. The Possessed Animal one, for example, that I got in the stream last time I did, might be over for all I know, yes, anyways. So they might be rotating them in and out for the events this year, I'm not really sure. Either way, they're promoting it here regardless for the Phantom Car. Oops, yeah, not that one. Not that one. Sorry. Body just keeps kind of messing me up at times. There's something. Alright, but yeah, plus benefits have finally refreshed this week, basically. It's finally that time of, like, in the last month or so where it's time for it to change up. So yeah, the plus vehicle for the month this time around is actually the Class A weaponized Tampa, apparently. Gun running DLC vehicle, and this one's actually interesting because usually you have to research a bunch of stuff to make it like really good. Apparently the one at the like club, the Vinewood Club or whatever, apparently already has like all the armaments I think on it already. So you don't actually need to research for full-on weaponized Tampa if you get the one for the subscription for like $8 a month, which is kind of nice. So admittedly, there is actually some kind of good value there, since if you don't want to bother with the research missions, if you can't be bothered to do that, which granted research in the last couple of years has been drastically improved ever since they introduced the research thing from the Criminal Enterprises DLC 3 summers ago, whatever, basically. Yeah. And before that you had to actually research, and I think you use your business supplies for research instead, or fast track it for like several millions of dollars or something if you want to just fast track each and every single research. Yes. So it is nice if you have not bothered with your bunker all that much for the research stuff. If you get a full-fledged weaponized Tampa. So yeah, the weaponized Tampa is a pretty good vehicle in certain cases, in my opinion. I think I kind of watched Killing Master Clown on it, which I kind of definitely pretty much disagree with, to be honest. In that case, I feel like, yeah, in free mode, maybe it's not the greatest there, but it is good for certain stuff, as I will mention. So yeah, the weapons this thing can have, I guess I can explain maybe starting off with like what it comes with stock. I think it comes stock with a standard minigun, or maybe even have to do the one single minigun for I don't think it's research. I could be wrong. Maybe you have to pay up for it though, and it comes without the gun when you buy it or something. But I kind of doubt that. But anyways, it starts with a single minigun, I believe, that cannot rotate or any of that craziness like the upgrade one can, I believe. So I think that one's probably static and probably just shoots like straight or something, I'm guessing. Not amazing. So definitely would upgrade that minigun for sure if you're going that method and not getting it directly through the Vinewood Car Club or whatever that has all the armaments already on it. Honestly, I want to say pretty much the rest of it's pretty much stock size for like one little gun already starting on it, basically. So from there, I think I'll mention like the upgrades and stuff as on the back you can do like a mortar weapon. Has a mortar weapon, yes, and it's pretty unique. I think it's the only like vehicle that has the non-kinetic mine mortar. I believe the one that's more like a basic explosive mortar instead. I know Arena War vehicles eventually later on got like the kinetic mortars, I believe, which is basically the same thing, but it's the kinetic grenades and not as explosive and as deadly or any of that. Honestly, I feel the mortars are pretty much the shittiest weapon it has, I feel, basically. Like, fires at like very specific angles and stuff. I don't think it shoots all that far. Not like a proximity mine where you can maybe like conceal it a bit if you like put it in a certain spot or something, maybe, and having a lot more strategic uses for it, I feel. Because yeah, the more you have the time to do it right and everything all as well, I feel. Which can be a bit tricky to master if you don't use it the most. Which, yeah, it's called Weaponized Tampa, and the reason being is like tons of different weapons on it, so literally any of the other like couple-ish or so weapons it has, you're probably more likely to use those. See, I'm really not a big fan of the mortar on the back of the Weaponized Tampa. Albeit it can maybe be a good option if you need to attack from behind. I think you can probably multitask doing like proximities because I think you do it for like the horn button, and then you can also probably do like a trigger or whatever you do for the mortars. You could probably multitask it if you wanted to. In certain interest in certain interesting ways, perhaps. And then yeah, proximity mines. I guess I can go there next. It's your basic explosive kind of vehicle mounted proximity mines. Again, not any of the fancy like arena ones, like the kinetic, for example, that would come out like a couple, like a year or two ish later or something. Mm-mm. But yeah, proximity mines honestly are kind of better on other vehicles that tend to have armor actually on them. The weaponized Tampa thing with that is it does blow up like in one rocket, of course, so always have to make sure you're somewhat on the move when you're placing the proximity mine, so it's definitely nowhere near the greatest, and in fact arguably one of the worst, if not even the worst option for a vehicle mounted proximity mine option. But if you're careful enough with it, I'm sure it can be kind of fine. I would say it's at least more useful than the mortars, but maybe like arguably maybe it could even be like the second worst weapon, or actually maybe even it could be like the second best weapon even has access to as well, as I will get to. Mm-mm. Yes, just your traditional vehicle-mounted proximity mines that came out. I think in that same exact gun range update it came out in. I think for the proximity mines for the vehicles, I believe. Which honestly, I would kind of say they're more useful than silk mines on average, I feel. So it's not the worst mine type. I would say the regular ones are better than with the monitor vehicles and have, yeah, with the silk mines at least. Mm-mm. And then, since that's kind of placed in the middle, since that could arguably be kind of placed in the middle of the card with the proximity mines, I guess I can talk about the dual rotation minigun, which is arguably going to be the most interesting, unique, maybe even arguably the best weapon it has access to as well. I don't think any other vehicle in the game has that kind of good of a machine gun, especially for a land vehicle at least, I would say. You get full 360-degree control of it, so you have a lot of control over it. Instead of being like very limited with the angles, for example, you have like a Dune FAV, I think that came out in the same update for the gun running DLC, where it can only go like certain degrees left and right, I think, which really limits the usage potential of that vehicle and its weapon, for example. Plus, that one obviously even needs like a second player to operate as well. Whereas this one, you can actually use the fully rotatable 360. You yes, can use the fully rotatable 360 degree dual minigun as a as. Alright, sorry, I don't know. I might have been kind of like about to say passenger like 2 times and kind of like panted or puffed or some puffed up or some shit. I don't know. But yeah, fucking. I was kind of saying pilot for some reason, I think too, like an aircraft, but no, yeah, you can use the fully rotatable 360-degree like dual minigun as the driver. I mean, as yes, the driver. I mean, which is obviously very useful for a solo player. It's a very solo-friendly vehicle, and I actually find it to be the best at least one particular instance. I feel that could actually be pretty worthwhile, arguably. So one thing for sure, I'd say fully rotatable machine gun actually makes it pretty good for contact missions, I would say, for like your pos mini like contact missions. Which in terms of pos mini money opportunities, contact missions are arguably kind of some of the best stuff there, basically. So yeah, having a good vehicle with a fully controllable minigun is definitely good for contact missions. Also kind of extending mostly into the contact mission vein, but maybe there's free mode cases for it as well. I actually find the dual minigun to be the best at taking out moving targets. Yes, I think it's the best weapon in the game for taking out moving targets for a mounted vehicle weapon that does not require you to waste your own like on-hand character like ammo, so you don't have to keep like rebuying ammo for it or anything, or any of your like weapons for your actual character. So, for example, Lamar, for example, since I was talking about like contact missions, I know it's early game contact, but I'll still use it as an example, of course. Lamar has missions where you have to steal tankers. I think they'll actually actively be on the move as well throughout the map. And I honestly find the best way to take those out for the drivers of like moving vehicles is to use the weaponized Tampa and its fully rotatable machine gun, minigun, minigun, yes. Because yeah, obviously, if you need to take a vehicle on the move, you can't just full on destroy it, which is why a lot of other vehicle weapons and stuff tend to suck for something like that. But yeah, weaponized Tampa is arguably the best vehicle I would definitely say in the game for taking out a moving target while keeping a vehicle intact if you need to deliver a moving vehicle. So it's really amazing for stuff like that, and I'm sure there's stuff in cases in free mode where you can definitely use the weaponized Tampa really good for something like that too. So yeah, absolutely, it's a very good vehicle if you use it in the correct situations. But yeah, in an average like free mode situation, yeah, there's definitely a lot better stuff to use. And yeah, the last major weapon, or really weapon at all, really, if I'm talking about, was the front weapon it has, like on the bumper, front bumper, of course, and that is the missiles. Missiles. It either has 20 or 30, I can't remember the amount. I think it's 20. I could be wrong since it was. Yeah, I think gun running was what, like the second update with like really crazy weaponized vehicles, at least after import export and the introduction of like trade prices and like kind of start of the average weaponized vehicles that would be in the game for like years to come. I feel something. Yeah, the weaponized Tampa. Yeah, those missiles on the front. Damn, whoops, hella chat, being a bitch and shit. Damn. But yeah, 2030, whatever missiles, which yeah, you might think is kind of fine. The issue with them, though, the issue with the missiles, though, is it's one of the few land vehicles in the game without lock-on missiles whatsoever, so they only work like on ground targets, basically. So you're quite literally limited to ground targets unless you can somehow aim the bumper in the air or something and do like a free aim shot or something like that. So missiles are pretty garbage on the vehicle, I will say, unfortunately. But to be fair, with all the ever crazy amount of weapons it has, especially the proximity mines and the fully rotatable minigun being two passable weapons enough, I don't necessarily count the mortar. I feel the mortar's kind of just there to make it even more weaponized, and it's kind of like the last resort weapon, as I was basically saying. Honestly, the missiles could arguably even be the second worst weapon on this thing, and I would maybe even arguably even put the proximities above it, just because of how limited the use would be for those. So you quite literally have to be straight with the vehicle. Like if you're looking down at a hill or something, like unless it's like a really tall hill somehow or something, where you're like descending from the air or something somehow, like just being at that kind of angle even going to be useful. Uphill, depending on how the uphill goes or something, maybe you could get somehow interesting use out of it. Against the aircraft, I don't know, but again, would be a frame shot. That'd be like a really skill, like trick shot kind of thing to do in the first place, anyways. Yeah, you're pretty much just going to be limited to things that are like completely straight from you, basically, for the missiles, I would say, on this vehicle, quite frankly. Missiles are a joke on this vehicle. I feel they should have been standard lock-on missiles, at least. I think it definitely would have benefited from standard lock-on missiles. But I guess they want people to obviously mostly focus on the dual minigun, the main attraction on it, obviously the weapon on the white top of the vehicle, like front and center and everything. So I could kind of see why they made the choice. Maybe they were worried about being too unbalanced back in the day or something. And yeah, there's all kinds of like armor and stuff you can put on the vehicle as well. But again, I literally said there's no explosive like resistance earlier, so it's literally just cosmetic armor for the most part. That maybe could somehow block some bullets from hitting you, but the armor I see on the image right now, that looks so thin and stuff, I assume you could just shoot the character like any other normal car, basically. And it's probably just mostly cosmetic on the front windshield there, really. I mean, there's one side that gets some decent protection. Maybe yeah, there might be one side that gets like some decent protection. Maybe the back somehow has decent protection or something. Even then, I kind of doubt it, but from what I remember, but yeah. So honestly, every weapon kind of has its flaws aside for the dual minigun. Quite frankly, it's quite literally called the weaponized Tempest. It says like 4 different weapons. I don't know if you found much of another vehicle in the game that has like 4 different weapons. Maybe once I come close with like 3 or so. But yeah, pretty good and unique. Nice vehicle for contact missions and taking out moving targets, whether it's contact missions especially or in free mode. It's very good for taking out a moving target if you need to keep a vehicle and like deliver something that they're already in. Or obviously you can't just willy-nilly destroy the vehicle that you're going against or whatever. Yeah, very good. I don't think there's really much of a need to go over performance on that one, obviously, and even like if I kind of wanted to, there was a lot to talk about already with the weapons. So in the interest of moving on, I'll probably just caught at it basically. Basically. Yeah, I went by shark arts for some reason. Apparently. Howling Hunts, Los Santos. Okay, it's probably just kind of the same kind of thing. Of course, using that same image from last Newswire. Again, there was no new Rockstar Newswire this event. Again, yes, there was no new Rockstar Newswire this event. And then discount vehicles. Okay. Okay. Yeah, all of these are discounts already covered, of course, from the last event. Albany Lurcher Muscle Card, Albany Frankenstein, Sports Classic, and then Chariot Romero Hearse for the sedan class, and then more. So as a refresher, I can kind of quickly go over those, I suppose. But again, these would have also been on discount last event alongside the LCC Synctus, Liberty City Cycle Synctus that I already covered in this particular stream. Yes, yes. Omni Archer for Muscle Car Class, do. According to roughly 152's vehicle spreadsheet, it is apparently at the bottom of the H tier for the muscle car class for the Lurcher. As the latest DLC, giving it 60th place a lap time as well as 37th place top speed. And for the record, there's like 88 muscle cars, I think, in the game now. Yes, yes. 5 are HSW, I believe. No. So I got minimum, that would be 83. Be 80 for newest platforms. Which, yeah, being in the 60s, like -5 would be 55, obviously. That's so it is below average for a lap time. But yeah, top speed is above average option, but it is always going to be stuck in the 30s because, like, quite frankly, at best, it's like 32nd or something if you take away 5 from 37, obviously. So it's really, obviously, for the Halloween aesthetic, of course. I'm pretty sure that's what all these, quite frankly, are really. And then onto the Frankenstein. That is apparently at the top of the K tier for the Sports Classics class, giving it 34th place top time as well as 32nd place top speed. And there's 2 HSW options for Sports Classics. It's literally in the 30s no matter what, pretty much. And there's exactly 50 for Sports Classics, so yeah, it's below average for both metrics. Sports class apparently there, so it's really just for the aesthetic and stuff, for customizations, all that kind of stuff. stuff. And then, sure, mirrors apparently for the sedans class, apparently. Is that the bottom to shade tier, apparently, for the sedans class? And that gives it 36th place lifetime as well as 38th place top speed. Yes, 36th place lifetime, 38th place top speed. And keep in mind, sedan has no HSW vehicles, so no matter what platform you're on, it has 41 vehicles. So yeah, it's obviously below average for both metrics, and it's really just for the customization, like a set customization aesthetics, all that kind of stuff. So yeah, quite literally, the Sanctus is probably going to be on average the best option of them all here. But yeah, at least the Lurcher is above average, I suppose, as well for top speed. But yeah, both the Sanctus and the Lurcher are, yeah, just above average for the class and one metric, so you're really mostly getting them for the aesthetics and all that. Again, not surprised, obviously, but still, so still. Wow, only like one thing that wasn't plus, basically, that was all that useful here. Bruh. Seriously? Seriously? So yeah, Frontier is now available in all the, like, day one, like, money from steel, see information stuff there. Okay, so there might be some more subscription stuff to talk about basically as well. No. Feeling like if I see any fit as a non-member, like where to put that all, basically. So I think I watched like Guild Masters a video on Plus, and it sadly did not necessarily sound like there was any sort of game edition, unfortunately. Unfortunately. They didn't do Manhunt, they didn't do like Red Dead Revolver, could have been good if not a Halloween focused one. Since I think Red Dead as a series has been huge for the month of October, I believe, in particular. Such. Yeah, those were a couple I would see as most likely for a game edition for month of October, but again, I don't think they really did that this time, unfortunately. I think it's been over a year at this point for sure since the last game edition. I think. For like a full-on new one, I'm talking about, of course, not just like Bully Anniversary Edition for like iOS or like mobile versions of Trilogy or something like lazy or something that's just built on an existing option. Yeah, talk about the Vice City Definitive Edition being on the iOS and Android for the GT Plus games library, but I think that happened like last month or something. I don't think it's actually new. I don't think that was actually new for sure. I'm going into that topic a bit further. So to see if there's anything to talk about as a non-member here that I don't think will fit elsewhere, of course, like the clothing, chameleon pants, most likely, at least those I'll probably talk about here. Alright, yeah, sorry if it takes a bit. I'm kind of trying to figure out what to talk about here. Still a chorus. So. Yeah, so let me ask for some shit. Be slowing me down. Kinda. Alright, so the benefits, by the way, expire on the 5th of November. I don't think that showed up anywhere yet, per se. I think. Yeah, I could be wrong. Maybe it was on the weaponized Tampa thing, and I just paid the most attention there, but still. Yeah, the Class A weaponized Tampa, though. No. Yeah, was there a livery on the thing, actually? Actually. Yeah, sorry if I forgot. Sorry, yeah, if I didn't get to move it for like some time after speaking there, but yeah. I accidentally picked up my 360 controller, because I was actually on that briefly, actually. Before I did the stream, actually. Alright, no, they kind of use more stock images, so I can't really show it like that, I guess. I guess. But yeah, for the vehicle there, for the subscription, it seems it's in the limited time Santo Capra coins delivery, which might have not been released for it before. That might be a whole new livery for the class of weaponized Tampa tied for the subscription, basically. Which, yeah, I do like myself some Santo Capra coin liveries. It's what I use to Press Mark II, actually. So I do think that's a pretty good vehicle to have it on, especially because it's more sizable, a lot more sizable than the Oppressor Mark II for a lot more detail on the livery, of course. Where I think to Capricorn's livery. New the tongue twist, yes, Frobra. Come on. Yes, indeed. What I was trying to say though was the new chameleon paints apparently are bronze ones, and that's the anodized bronze pearl chameleon paint and the anodized bronze pearl chameleon wheel paint. So kind of the usual format. It's like one, but for two different parts of the vehicle. But again, that's anodized bronze pearl chameleon paint as well as the anodized bronze pearl chameleon wheel paint. So good stuff there, basically. That one does sound pretty nice. If I had the subscription myself, that would actually be a nice one to feel myself. But yeah, I refuse to get a subscription for chameleon paint and clothing for the most part. With everything else being like, if I bother playing the game like all that much or anything. Looks like the clothing stuff is apparently the Lasso Santos death metal hoodie and shorts. Apparently. Yes. That is quite literally the clothing stuff for for this month, basically. However, there is also some returning Halloween costumes for your actual like, full-on outfits. For full-on outfits, there is some returning Halloween costumes apparently as well. Naturally, for the spirit of the festivities and all that stuff, of course. With the mummy costume and then the skeleton bodysuit as well. Both of which are returning. They might have been available in the last year's plus benefits, basically. Alright, quite literally everything else I think has a better spot. And yes, I think everything else quite frankly has a better spot to mention it for, basically, like later in the stream, so that is quite literally gonna be it for the main menu. So into Grand Theft Auto Online itself, of course, for story mode first of all, so I can get to invite only GTA Online basically. And I do have Howling Weather glitched, so if it's theming as well. Have got the Howling Weather glitched for single player here, which is cool. I don't know if we can just simply like go from online to story mode and it still works that way or not, or if they ever fixed that glitch, I think. But yeah, when the glitch was first discovered, I think it was quite literally just go from online to story mode. I think I don't know if that's still a thing or not. No. Oh, and yeah, by the way, I was talking a lot about the games for Plus, whatever, and the reason it might have not happened for anything is because, I might have mentioned it last stream though, but supposedly there is a rumor that Red Dead Redemption 2 will begin a PlayStation 5 Xbox Series X/S version. Yes. Supposedly Red Dead Redemption 2 Reddit Online will begin, like, current generation platform enhancements and all that kind of stuff, supposedly, but obviously it's to wait and see if that actually happens, which supposedly might be in the next couple months or something. There's been all kinds of rumors of that. I don't feel like I trust or know what to believe anymore, really. But honestly though. But yes, I mean the classic RCX convertible right now, since that is the vehicle I used the last time for the HSW time trial. So we'll be using, of course, by the end of the stream. Hopefully, of course, if everything goes to plan, of course, for this one. It's not a sports vehicle, okay, let me try that, I guess. I actually had one, I think, like, off stream or something last time, and I just, like, I forget, let's see, maybe. I might do like a Simeon export vehicle since I've been trying to slightly play GTA Online, even at least just a little bit, of course, like extra compared to just on stream. But yes, that's okay. Karen's Sultan Classic for the sports class, apparently. Interesting. Interesting, I guess. Yeah, Sultan Classic, though. Yeah, did not mean to do that at all, but oops. I did not mean to go AP pistol, my bad. Guess I'll have to change it, fix that for the weapon a little later, but still. Yeah, Sultan Classic, I believe it's based on the Grand Theft Auto San Andreas Sultan, I believe. Yeah, there's a Sultan that, you know, it's pretty much similar to this. Pretty much just San Andreas one. Similar to this, I believe, and it's 4-door and everything all. I definitely assume it's based on this version. Makes the most sense, obviously. For a lot of classic ones to take from the San Andreas build, of course, for the Los Santos. For Grand Theft Auto Online, obviously, Los Santos. Yeah. I think that's just the usual plus promotion. I forget usually mentions the being all for it all. Like, what's it called? Yeah, it mentions like particular vehicles and stuff for the particular month, like I think only when you're in the dock area already. And honestly, since this is taking me to the dock area, I might actually like go over that stuff like sooner rather than later. In fact, I was basically going to do that, like I consult towards me on actually doing it at much of a different point anyways, even if I didn't get this export vehicle. Since I'm at the docks, I can actually go inside to show weaponized Tampa, I guess, if I wanted to, with my inventory on it. I mean, it does have it, trust me, I've watched Guild Master, and like I saw it there, otherwise I actually wouldn't have known that myself, for sure. But yeah, I don't know if I'm going to really be bothered, I feel, honestly, to go in that interior, to be quite honest, so. And not that. Yeah, this. Yeah. The export thing reminded me, of course, to go on this before I forget. There might be times, of course, I could have forgotten until like later on and stuff, but yeah. Yes. To go over the whole car club vehicle lineup for the month for plus, there is the Class A Scramjet, whatever, for Worldstar Cash and Carry website, like a speed racer like vehicle, basically. I believe it's the only vehicle in the game with the rocket and jump boost, so it's the only vehicle with that combination of like gimmicks, I believe. Which does give it some interesting point A to point B travel, but not as good as like an Impressive Mark 1, even Impressive Mark 2, even if it's not as good as Impressive Mark 1 for the point B travel in just a slight sense. Not gonna be as good as dedicated like aircraft, of course, like helicopters, planes, obviously, as well for point A, point B transport, but above average anyways, obviously in point A, point B transport. Has missiles, machine guns, or I mean, machine guns and missiles more so, more so. Machine guns, I'm not really the most sure if they're like some better quality, like standard machine guns where it can shred things in like seconds, or if it's like weaker ones. For example, I think my friend Night Shark has some of the weakest like machine guns where it can maybe even take like a minute or 2 minutes on like an unarmored vehicle in certain cases even or something. From what I've heard anyways. Yeah. But you can probably definitely do some interesting stuff with the machine guns, of course, with the fact that it's a combination of jump boost and rocket boost, which, yeah, I think that combination could let you do some interesting, like, cockpit snipes or something from, like, against, like, an aircraft or something if you use it correctly, of course, but... yeah, that would definitely be a very huge skill barrier or something like that there, regardless, though. So that'd be pretty niche anyways, for sure, though. Otherwise, for the most part, just your box non-explosive machine guns, really. And then, yeah, for the missiles, I believe they are the best tracking, like, stuff like the Renner 2000, the Deluxo and stuff, so I think they do have, I think the Scramjet, yes, does have 30 of the best tracking only missiles, like a Deluxo. And those missiles, yeah, were originally on like the Renner 2000, I believe. The original vehicle, I figured out when he had like 8 missiles at that time, but yeah. So missiles and point B transport, I mean, things about it, I feel they're pretty good. Pretty good. I feel even though it does have above average point B transport, though, I feel it's kind of cumbersome and stuff, I feel. As somebody who doesn't use it that frequent, I feel it's like kind of cumbersome and stuff, so I literally do not really feel like it's the most worthwhile thing to bother with per se, so yeah. Again, just much better off doing alternatives like the oppressors, and then your average like helicopters, planes. Even like the Luxo or something, for example, what I mentioned earlier. Hell, I feel even the Renner 2000 might even have an advantage there, since the parachute can go for long periods of time, whereas the jump boost / rocket boost combo I feel is pretty brief periods of times, and then you have to constantly wait for rocket boost to recharge and stuff. It's kind of my point there, really. Like, this is not a vehicle I tend to use, really, like, at all, quite frankly. I feel like mostly a vehicle that just sits in my collection, even though it is a good vehicle and a weaponized one, and quite frankly, one I highly do recommend. But yeah, yes. After that is a vehicle I was comparing it to earlier, actually, with the Pegassi Oppressor. Fine bike, the original Oppressor, the one that was released in the gun running DLC, same DLC that introduced the free vehicle for the month, the one was Tampa. Yeah, the Oppressor Mark 1, nowhere near as annoying as the Mark 2, of course, for certain people. I'm not really in the Mark 2, like, hate camp or anything. Like, I think got over nerfed, quite frankly, to where it's a complete fucking joke now, I feel. And it's $8 million for what, like, a hella neutered transport vehicle nowadays that had, like, all kinds of stuff, but it's complete dog water compared to the initial times, I feel. Like, yeah, I know it's still good, but, yeah. Anyways, though, it's the Oppressor, of course, that got, like, almost no changes in its lifespan compared to the successor of it. So, yeah, has a rocket boost. It can glide and stuff, which is why it's a lot better transport than the Scramjet, the one I talked about previously, quite frankly, since at least it can glide and can be in the air for long periods of time. Easily. particularly for the MC sales, for MC sell missions, I do like this vehicle for those in particular, since you have to be an MC for those. That's literally the only time I'll ever be an MC is when I do an MC sale, pretty much. Otherwise, my ass avoids the MC like the fucking plague, since every time I'm an MC, Sorry, man. Fuck, I started you being a bitch. Come on, But yes, as I was saying though, literally every time I'm MC or doing an MC sale is like the only time I'll ever be MC, because I avoid the MC like the fucking plague, basically, since every single time, no joke, I feel every single time I MC, I just get business rated. Now, that didn't used to happen to me, but I think it's because I do, like, the stash houses, like, every stream I do now, basically. So, like, obviously my businesses are actually, like, full and stuff. And yes, I do even have the security upgrades, and it happens, like, every single time, basically. Basically. So depending on your play style, you might not really be able to go like MC, quite honestly, like without some kind of like business rate. So yeah, I feel it's kind of limited how much you still get off it, but especially if you actually do MC sales, which MC sales, not to mention in the last couple-ish updates or so, have actually been made pretty good, I would say, for solo play. Since you get 45 minutes, since you get 45 minutes for sales in the last like couple updates now, I would say MC has actually been pretty good for sales if you're a patient person, at least. And even then, if you're not the most patient person. Literally, I think just this update, they also got rid of the like post-op bans as well, which is like the worst sales. So like, I feel like the only truly bad sale I feel anymore is like maybe like the garbage trucks. I feel for the most part, really. In my opinion, anyways. Yes. Since you have to be MC, obviously you do MC sales, so it is a very go-to vehicle. It is, yes, a very go-to vehicle, 100% though. Since one of the easiest, most usable point-A, point-B transport vehicles during an MC sale with the spawn convenience of the MC menu. Which, yeah, obviously you also have that feature in the free mode itself. But again, if you're like me and you get business rate every time, like just because you do stash houses all the time, or like once a week even or something, then yeah, it's mostly for those MC sales. That alone makes it very worth it for point-A, transport. I don't really think I talked about the weapons per se on it, though. But it has a choice of either machine guns or missiles, and I think that's pretty much it. So you have to choose between them. You do have to, yes, choose between them. But obviously the machine guns will have unlimited ammo compared to your missiles, because GTA basically. But yeah, they're non-explosive. There is no explosive option for the machine guns, unlike the Mark II oppressor, which does have that. Basically. So it is unlimited for the regular machine guns, obviously, though, so that's the one advantage really there. But I presume they're not that good machine guns. I think they would definitely be. I think it would even be worse machine guns than a scramjet. Oh wait, it could probably do those cockpit snipes and stuff with it too. Maybe even like easier with the oppressor being a smaller vehicle and be able to get closer and like be able to have all kinds of perspectives with it during that you might not be able to have at all with the scramjet. Or something. The missiles are going to be the way to go. I believe you are limited to 20 of them. And unlike the scramjet, they are just standard tracking. There's no increased tracking whatsoever, I believe, on the oppressor missiles. So it's basically like the basic buzzard missiles with no cooldown, I believe, and like 20 of them at a time, basically, before you have to refill. Which, to be fair, refilling isn't the biggest deal, especially. Which yes, refilling, to be fair, yes, it's not the biggest deal, especially if you do have, like, convenient access at the time, obviously, to the MC present, of course, or any of that that's on your bikes, wherever, basically. Yeah, quite frankly, I think that's pretty much it on that one to say. I think that pretty much explains that vehicle. Tag on, whatever. Yeah, this vehicle, not really a top supercar, I believe, unfortunately, for any version of the game. Obviously not on the PlayStation 5, it's supposed to be such as PC games, which you do need those newer platforms to even get the subscription in the first place for the bundled club vehicle access in the first place, of course. Oh yeah, it's probably UFO abduction, maybe, in my airline or something in the game. But yeah, you do even need the newer platforms even for the subscriptions, so you pretty much always should account for HSW if looking at the bundled club vehicles, of course, in particular, for the month and all that kind of stuff. Because yeah, you have 4 HSW supercar options, albeit mostly 3 of them are all not good in like both metrics, even at all much. With the NTMT being in the 20s for lap time. However, yeah, being like the number 1 top speed, of course, I'm for sure for that, to balance it all or something. But yes. Tagon though, even when it comes to basic supercars, is outclassed as well, because you have like the Projan Emerist, the Gladiatorism Magio, and the Benefactor Krieger, I believe. I believe yes, your A tier, I believe, is pretty much the. But S tier is pretty much limited to HSW, but yeah, for A tier, you're pretty much limited to the Projan Emerist, the Gladiatorism Magio, as well as, yes, the. Come on. Kind of tired as fucking body probably messed me up, of course, or something. Yeah, even when it comes to non-HSW, it's all classed by Projan Emerist, Gladiatorism Magio, and then the Benefactor Krieger, of course, I'm seeing again now. And then, yeah, I think the other A tier options might be like Devastate HSW might be thrown in A tier, it might not actually be S tier, because it might take a bit of a hit in a lot of time for some reason, compared to 2 other HSWs above it. And then also. Yeah, there's the regular weaponized Ignis. There's just the tongue twist, yes, come on. There is just the regular weaponized Ignis, technically, but yeah, it's not available on the PlayStation 4, so it's on PC see legacy anyways, all and whatnot, all stuff. Tough stuff. But yeah, there's basically just better options in like higher tiers. And yeah, I'm not about the, not, unless we're on discount for some reason for like the basic event, I'm not about to like look at the like particular performance of it or anything. So yeah, my guess, like, prediction, take a possible grain of salt, is that's not really that good. Good. Albeit I might have heard it might be kind of alright for top speed, or at least when it first released it was probably good for top speed, maybe there or that. Yeah. Top speed actually might be kind of something, because I think I was watching like a top, like, overall vehicles or something like 2013, 2025 from like Broppy 152 or something, where it was going over like the fastest car of each year, I think, of release or something. And also the one that was released in like within that year or something. It's like showing off some of the best options you can choose or go for or something. I don't know if I said stuff that makes sense because I'm getting kind of tired or something, but yeah, it's just Guard, especially since you need the 9 subscription, needing to be able to use the Vanwood Club and see it all and everything. I really do not think it's worth it. I'm gonna tie on since I've been first skip. Morgan, whatever, no. Going from like the supercar over here over to a sports car, I believe. Yeah, it's what, like hybrid electric or something, I believe, kinda, I wanna say, maybe. I think it has a somewhat alrightish lap time placement, I think. If there's a weak spot for it, it's probably top speed, honestly, if it is like an electric hybrid thing, which would make sense, obviously. If there's one weakness, it's stuffing like top speed or whatever, probably in piss board, yes, which would be yes, probably doesn't make sense. I think that's what I said. I think IDS kind of thing, that's what I said earlier, at least anyways, but again, you're kind of tired now. That might be a fine option for a sports class or a laptop. I kind of forget. It might not be top 10, but it might still be in like 20s or something. I forget. I feel it might be more likely that the Morgan might actually be kind of more useful than the Tigan from what I'm thinking, but take that with a grain of salt, of course, because unless it's on like a general event or a discount, I'm not going to cover the biggest details on them. Basically being part of subscription, not necessarily being the most sport. Basically. All right, then after that is the Tempesta supercar. I think the Tigon's even better than that, I believe. I think this one released an import and export DLC, and I think it was like something like a lowish $1 million supercar. I think at like the most like 1.1, 1.2, 1.3 or something. I believe so. But it's pretty budgety, like budget-friendly supercar, given like what it is. Like not counting like day 1 2013-ish or something with like a 200-ish K supercar, I think with like the Baca or something like that. It was basically maybe like 100-ish K for something like a Baltic or something. Tempesta, I think aside for that, it's actually pretty. Tempesta, aside for that, I think honestly is actually pretty budget. And yes, pretty budget. Yeah, pretty budget though, 1.1 to like 1.3-ish mil or something, I think. Obviously though, don't know. My goodness, tired body though, come on. But yeah, being very budget, like a cheaper one, obviously means it's pretty much obviously most likely going to take like a hit in performance in some way, shape, or form though. So I think between that and the Taiwan, if you were to get one of them at all, it would probably be better to go to Taiwan though. But again, possibly take that with a grain of salt, but I believe it's a pretty cheap one running for our sports, so yeah, I think it's reasonably even correct performance on that one, no. I don't know. Alright, after that then is apparently the Turismo Classic. So the Turismo Classic, this does actually have HSW available for it, of course, for PlayStation 5, for Series X, PC, and otherwise, the regular one was pretty good, I think, until more recently, even though it's still kind of pretty good, I believe. I think it's still like a top 5, top 10, I believe, on, what's it called? Oh yeah, for the non-HSW, I think it's still like probably a top 5, top 10 for sure. Definitely on. Come on, man. Body, like, something so tired. Like, getting or something. Like it was, I think, for the non-HSW, like top A, and now it's like bottom of A, maybe no top B or something. I'm wanting to think or something. Basically, Kush at the lead or something. Something. Yes, you have to be on an HSW eligible platform for the subscription. Judgement Classic does have a HSW upgrade, which does make it number one lap time for the Sports Classics class. So you're starting to use more for the top speed in particular for that one. What else though? Anything? I'm trying to think if there was anything else on that, really no. But either way, it's like, no matter what, S tier, like A, and maybe like B at worst for like B tier, like for a non-HSW version of it. So yeah, all around, this is a very good Sports Classics vehicle. And after that, you have the Calco GTF, which is actually a pretty fine tuner subclass vehicle, or at least when it first released. I don't really think it would have shook up much, like, even with these new ones coming out, but obviously with the newer ones coming out for the tuner subclass, then yeah, it probably has fallen off at least maybe like a couple of spots, not like most or something. So for tuner subclass racing, like lap time, pretty much. I think there'd be like the Sultan RS Classic, like the number one. Number two. Yeah, like Emperor Vector, for example, that was like really, really good on that lap time, but I think also like a piss poor top speed option. And then after that, it was the Calico GTF, or was there even like another one that's kind of maybe arguably better than the Calico GTF, even on like initial release, and repeative tuners, whatever. I don't think there's like another really good lap time option. Comes on top of my head, really. But yeah, this one was pretty like considered pretty good, I believe, when they all first came out for tuners, pretty sure. But yeah, top speed is pretty fine, average, I believe, as well, most likely, of course. I don't think it's an extreme case like the Vector, where it's super good in like one stat, and it's like really bad like on the worst in like another stat. This one has actually tended to be good to see something better, actually. Oh yeah, well maybe I was considering the fact that it's just RR, like wide body or the decal CM just RR, whatever, that is now number one lap time, so it has definitely fallen down at least a placement, single placement more at least, anyways. Yes, though. I feel it's like third, fourth-ish, so like top five at least, maybe a lap time if I remember right. Yeah, top speed's apparently also decent, but can't think of that much right now, so it definitely should be good all around for street pursuit races, I would say, even still in the game. And you can always obviously use it for like robbery contracts, but I feel that one more so depends on if there's like a rear louver or something on the back there or not, and even in Chester RR, the regular Chester RR might still also be the best option for like robbery contracts, since there's one with like a rear louver on the way back that's actually pretty beefy and stuff actually blocks bullets as well for the Chester RR. For the robbery contract stuff all whatever. But anyways, though, I'm not really sure, honestly, if like this one has if this one has like any sort of, yes, rear louver options. So for it to be one of the better options, but still fun enough at least, even if it's just get a racing stuff, fun enough at least. And after that, you have the Landstalker XL. And you're not gonna bother mentioning the like sports performance for it, by the way, since there's like 15-ish at least, I think, for sports class. Apparently. Because 14ers aren't really good when it comes to the main class of sports. I'm not going to bother to mention the sports performance at all, but yeah. Against 14ers, these are not the greatest, so I wouldn't get it for a general sport car performance. Mostly just for the street pursuit races and robber contracts, possibly even. The Lane Stalker XL, what was this adding? Like last Santa's like summer special, like that summer 2020 update, or what? I kind of forget. Still. Sounds like SCV, I'm pretty sure. I want to say on that one, definitely. But yes. When Stalker XL, no. Yeah, if it is SUV though, there's sporty SUVs, of course, like the Astrons, like Astron Custom, the Tauros was the original Expedia SUV, sporty SUV. Obviously there's even HSW now. Very clearly it's not going to be like top class per se, I would say really much of anywhere. I feel it's like more for retro nostalgic sakes of having Landstalker and Landstalker being a kind of pretty iconic vehicle since like and yes, if the Landstalker kind of like the yes, successful or something. Come on. Yes. It's kind of known mostly for being an iconic vehicle, having Landstalker in its name, of course, being a conversion to Landstalker, obviously, Landstalker being pretty iconic, arguably, since at least Grand Theft Auto 3, I believe it might have had its first appearance in that particular game or something. Yes, I think Landstalker XL has to be the worst vehicle on that list so far, of course, scores. I already pretty much talked about the Sanctus, and that's obviously good. What nice Tampa's the free one, and that actually does it. Okay. Yeah, sorry if it took me longer. That might have took a lot longer than usual. I was trying to think of a lot of stuff, really. Like, again, I was just really tired, unfortunately. Nice for the vehicle thing. Okay. Alright. Bills, kind of cash. Documents, document forgery. Kush took the weed, of course, and then cocaine, apparently. But again, the Wolf Knights Tampa in there does have all this stuff about me in the research, I believe, from what I've heard. So just keep that in mind. If you do get on the website and you do not have the research, you'll have to still earn that stuff through research, and you will not have the maximum. And yes, therefore you will not have that maximum capability, basically. But yeah, since I did that and I'm over into docks early because the expert vehicle, I might also try to just say the rest of the stuff. I kind of want to get moving away from docks, being there for a while now. Oh yeah, by the way, the Martin Bounty Bean, I don't really care for that. Yes, Martin Bounty Bean, I didn't really care for that, by the way. Police by clothing thing is still going on, of course. Lasted well after the police event, of course, by this point, so obviously the game will probably last till it will probably last till the end of the updates. Of course. But anyways, over here finally again for very much going over here though, yes, for the Pegasus aircraft I've been on basically. It's basically but yes, yes. I think I remember last stream I was making comments of using the cargo bob again, but it's like Pegasus instead of personal, I believe. I think I remember doing a lot of talk about that, so I think I'm on the buzzard attack chopper then, I believe. And yeah, I forgot to say, like I've been usually saying, but yeah, like per usual though, lately, I've been spawning at the hands-on car wash, so I can get Higgins help towards access, of course. We have Buzzard, pretty iconic helicopter, of course, from Ford Baldigitoni. Yes, very iconic helicopter from Ford Baldigitoni. Very awesome DLC, of course, with missions and all the kind of craziness you would do in that game. So obviously, it's going to make a return in Grand Theft Auto 5. Pretty cool. If you're on PlayStation 5, it's about Series X/S PC in hand, so you can get the business one for the Chop Chop. Tier 4 is in reference to one of the missions in Baldigitoni where there was the gold Buzzard attack chopper. By the way, I do not have that right now because I don't really care that much for that reward, quite frankly. You could literally just do a Pegasus one and respray it gold, and it's literally the same thing, I'm pretty sure, anyways, of course. But yeah, the reward makes sense for that. But yeah, not the greatest for that, of course. But still. It is a thing anyway, so of course. So again, I was at the docks for an export vehicle already, basically, because of one. So I would not mind going over the rest of the plus stuff per se, I'll check my stream now, Our stream still seems to be working fine, good. Yes, it is. But yeah, it seems, I know for sure this event, Oh yeah, fuck us, aren't you, bro? Come on, come on, come on. Fuck, fuck, fuck. But again, I know for this event, document forgery is apparently 2 times for the plus subscription. So yes. Document forgery has the bonus for 2 times for it right now, basically. Which actually stacks for this particular event to 4 times, since apparently it's 2 times for the basic event as well for this 1 week here for document forgery. So 4 times right now for this event for like last day or so. So when I'm recording this, I want to be uploading it, of course. And then apparently also it looks like the apparently yes, also looks like the counterfeit cash also is a 2 times boost as well for the plus subscription. And I would probably presume maybe it's even 2 times in a regular event as well to stack with 4 times later on as well. But hard to say on counterfeit cash since it recently got a boost in this update when buying the hands-on car wash. You actually get a boost to counterfeit cash, so maybe they think it's too still maybe they think it's too soon to get it on 4 times since it is after all boosted with the latest money runs deal. So you buy a hands-on car wash. So maybe actually won't be 4 times. Actually won't be surprised if it actually does not have 4 times for that reason. And it might just purely get 2 times more with the plus. Not sure. So apparently that soul mission stuff has bonuses as well, apparently for the plus subscription at least. All biker business upgrades and modifications apparently also are 50% off apparently for the plus subscription, so so I think for the most part the upgrades and modifications are the staff equipment, like security upgrades. Staff equipment, absolutely want those for increasing the like amount of money and stuff in your business, obviously, for all the different businesses, of course. And then, yeah, that would obviously probably include security, which is the least worthwhile one. And even then, I was literally mentioning I still get ready like every time I'm MC, I feel, quite frankly. When I do these stash houses, really. Even when I do it at a pace of like once a week, eventually, like every time I tend to like get a business rate or something, of course. Besides for those free, I don't actually really think there's necessarily an upgrade modification much for those business things in particular, of course. And yeah, that Judgment Day thing, by the way, from earlier also is the 4 times because of plus, basically. So every featured series, basically for the month of October, you basically get 4 times instead of 2 times for plus. Yeah, every like Halloween featured series is basically 4 times for plus, essentially. And again, this week's is Judgment Day. The title of the stream basically is I believe next week's is the new mode, I believe, for the Sasha Ramists or whatever. Submarine. And it's basically like a couple older modes, or whatever, absolute most, like as well, or whatever. And yeah, on the October 2nd, Rockstar News, where you can actually get a list of all those as well. So I guess I can go over it basically. It's basically so yeah, Judgment Day. Judgment Day, yes. Well, right now it's featured series 4 times per plus. Which, yeah, of course means 2 times, of course, for regular event varieties, of course, as well. Yeah, Sasha, Rami is Submarine, yeah, for next week, indeed. Condemned for week 4, apparently. And then week 5, apparently, the rest of the event for weeks, of course, but This slasher, but it also includes the Ramius Submarine, so it seems there's going to be at least a couple different slasher modes for 2 times or 4 times or plus, of course, for that last week for review to November 5th. Basically, it was basically. So that's what every single featured series is for the month, basically. Quite literally, they're all adversary modes, so yeah, it's just all adversary mode, like everything, basically. And yeah, I think it kind of was a thing last week as well, like in particular for the plus thing, for the last one, but yeah. There's apparently 50% off alien weapons of the Unholy Hellbringer, of an Atomizer, and the Widowmaker. I believe they also had, at least the last week, the Shocker for 30% off, so that might also be very much be a thing as well. But yes. So. Yes, indeed.
Even I want to take a car now that I've seen you walking around.
But Unholy Hellbringer, yeah. It's basically to reskin Combat MG, where Combat MG in first person, for some reason, if you do in first person, there's no recoil, and it will actually shoot completely straight, apparently, so that's an interesting thing you can do with that one. And this one actually does not reload even. This one does not reload either, even. I mean, So it's arguably the best at that gimmick as well, kind of in a sense. And Ryder doing drop by weapons. Just earlier, Ryder. But Unholy Hellbringer is definitely a pretty good alien weapon for sure. Have an atomizer. Oh, I thought that was a car there. But yeah, up atomizer moves vehicles of ragdoll and stuff, which can be very useful, especially for business sales. And a vehicle gets stuck, and like if a vehicle gets stuck, basically. Yes, basically, yes. If a vehicle gets stuck in like a business sale, that's a very good thing to have at all times. Absolutely. And then Widowmaker is a reskin of the minigun, basically. So it has like the bright red tracers, basically, for the laser tracers. So it's basically a minigun, but you get spot easier, like night, basically. It's basically compared to the regular minigun. I have to imagine. I have to definitely imagine, for sure. But yeah, there is an interesting thing you can actually do with having both the Widowmaker and the minigun. As you may have noticed, I actually didn't have my minigun out. Now, I do only advocate for this because there's ammo glitches that actually remove your ammo in this game randomly. So the way to alleviate it, basically, kind of obviously, get ammo back instead, or something, is get two weapons of the exact same type, have them, of course, have max ammo, put one of the ones with max ammo in your gun locker and keep it there, basically, if it's one you don't want to secure to use the most, especially, of course. Of course, in my case, since it's a day one weapon as well for the minigun in the gun locker. And then I kept the Widowmaker out on my character, and every time apparently you go into another lobby, it'll end up like giving you your ammo back or something. So that's the thing, apparently. So even though Widowmaker is mostly reskin, it's not the most useful. It is at least needed to set up like getting ammo each time you're in like remote lobby, basically, for either your minigun itself. I mean, either your minigun or the Widowmaker itself, basically. It's basically whatever it will do, basically. Yeah, just to be clear, it requires you to put the other one of them in the gun locker while having the other one in your weapon wheel, and have not one, whatever, with the max ammo count, and just every time we go to the lobby, I believe. Recto. By the way, document forgery fee and the counterfeit cash also does include the nightclub variants as well. So. But yes. Nightclub variant, which I believe is called printing and copying, and the counterfeit cash, I believe is called cash creations, and the nightclub, I believe those are also apparently boosted, apparently by 2 times or 4 times, quite possibly with plus as well. So just keep that in mind. So yes, just keep that in mind. Of course. And yes. It does actually say stacking bonuses on biker businesses later this month, which actually does suggest the counterfeit cash creation should apparently be 2 times for the regular for the regular event. Yes, for the regular event. It does look like it will have for the regular event actually as well, because on the paragraph before and more, it says GT5 members set the profit even further with stacking bonuses on biker businesses later this month, 50% off biker business upgrades. And modifications, whatever. Apparently that's all gonna happen, apparently. So yes, that does apparently suggest that might be happening, basically. Basically. Alright, I think that was it, so it's finally time to do the casino and stuff. Gee, almost 2 hours, so I've just been that tired. Sorry, no. That's a regular time trial for Dave. Wednesday here, apparently, at least for Dave, Wednesday here, it looks to be Bondwood Hills. Going from Bondwood Hills over to the beach at Chumash, apparently. I think it's somewhere like here or something. Well, there's North Chumash at least. So it goes like over there, okay. It seems it sounds good anyways. Yeah, sadly this one does start in the hills, so I think it will definitely be a lot time heavy, I think 100%, so I don't think top speed will get any sort of like usage much, of course, like realistically speaking, of course. So I definitely do think that will definitely be a lap time heavy one, not like top speed really at all, quite frankly. But yeah, and I said at least for day of Wednesday, by the way, because from what I understand, apparently the Strangers Mercenaries DLC was the last DLC, of course, to change the time trials as much as a whole. It will lately for any set of them really will ever be regular. RC, Bandito, Junk Energy, especially those, and maybe something with HSW for the most part, kind of, in terms of how they work or something. At least that was the case for all of them until at least the regular time trials. I think sometime during the Dangerous Mercenaries DLC, like they stopped changing it each day, and then I think they made it one a week like it used to be. However, though, I want to say you probably get like daily 50k each time you do it, basically. So you can basically do the same time trial for like the whole week, basically, but for 50k payout each day or something. I want to say that's how that works, basically. Basically, with a kind of stealth change in them doing, I think. Probably got tired of changing it or something themselves if it wasn't on some automated system or something. I'm guessing for why I changed it. But still. This is still no. Yeah, that's why I said at least for day of Wednesday or whatever, just to explain that all. Anything else much for that? No. Oh, and yeah, for vehicle advice, pretty much. I mostly recommend motorcycles, and if not, then supercars and sports cars, if not motorcycles. Will make more it will, yes, make more sense when I get onto the HSW time trial is what I'm saying. So basically. Anything else much really? Don't necessarily think so, per se, to say. Definitely a focus going on there, I believe. But yes. Next, though, our Speedito time trial. Or day of Wednesday here this time around is the Little Stool Park, apparently. But yeah, as the name suggests, you're going to use the one vehicle of the RC Bandito. Yes. So because you're going to use the one vehicle, really it's more about determining the corners to build in anything, like how you handle those and take those and everything. How it ends up going, of course. Not really much like engine upgrade things or anything much, I believe, in our Speed do as well. I want to say, with maybe the most interesting thing it has is like potential on one of those being like a jump boost or something. Which if you do your jumps right and stuff, it might be quicker to like do like that all and stuff and do it quick, but and to do it like without doing that, it's still probably not that much or something else, something wrong. Yeah, it turns corners. And you cannot do the turns corners naturally, which I recommend doing by the way for respawning by triangle one Xbox or key on PC. But yeah, respawn triangle one Xbox or key on PC. Yeah, it's the way to like naturally learn how to do turns corners. And if not that, then that's just looking at some kind of video guide for how to take the turns and corners and stuff. But even then, even with following a video guide, you might even need multiple times anyway. So it's kind of just best usually used to respawn. So even then, I guess would probably say it's best to use the respawn mechanic instead of like a video guide, of course. Honestly though. And then, yeah, the weekly HSW time trial, and that one's, yes, like I said, still weekly though. So. Alright, right, okay, it's over here apparently. Right. Sorry again, I'm just tired and stuff, so like maybe that's why I was struggling to find it, but still. So for HSW time trials, you may notice there's no part-time on the screen like the other ones, and that's because it's not that there isn't a part-time there, but yes, is a part-time. You just have to be in the HSW vehicle actively to see a part-time. So for these, there's Class C, Class B, Class A, like HSW stuff basically. Might be kind of the same system that's used for HSW races, I would not doubt, for some sort of like system they figured out basically in relation to whatever. What's it called? Yeah, Class C, Class B, Class A, whatever. Saying no. Might be similar to the system used in HSW races or something, as far as I heard behind the scenes for how they might end up working it out. You just cannot obviously tell, and you obviously just cannot tell, obviously, because it would just be hidden behind the scenes in a code or something like that. For an average person, yeah, Class C, ironically, has free vehicles within two classes to start with C, being compacts and Prius RA, HSW, and you have the Sentinel XS, HSW, of course, as well. So, as well as, I mean, the Euros X2, of course. X32, X32. After the Sentinel XS, Super Stock with the one Odyssey for the my 2026 for all stuff. Yeah, Sentinel XS followed by the years X32, X32, X32 though. X32 that was after the single compact, the Coruscant, of course, Coruscant. This is a start body deal. Come on. Again, Bears RA for compacts, followed by some SS, and then the years X32, 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 those are free for Class C, basically, for time trial, whatever, all. And Class B, Class A, there's just over 10 vehicles, 10 plus vehicles or something at once, so I'm just going to go over to Class B, Class A more in the general sense, so what to do Class A, compared to the Class C, whatever. So. Yeah, Class B then, yes, is apparently for the muscle cars, SUVs, sports classics, and apparently off-road, I think, which, while not initiating the game right away, which, yeah, I know compacts kind of wasn't either, and I was at, like, maybe a good weekish or so after the push came out, pretty good. Yes, let's see. The off-road vehicles, yeah. For off-road vehicles are also Class B, I believe so. You know, they're added later on, so there's Mercenaries DLC. And we're not being at the launch of the game, of course. And it was not being at the launch of the game, of course, for the launch of the PlayStation 5 Xbox Series X, such as PlayStation 5 Xbox Series X, such as version, whatever, such a. The off-road vehicles are added like a year or so later. I think this is the Mercenaries DLC. Beaver with us, very much Class B, whatever, of course. Most apparently still Class A, yeah, so that's motorcycle, I was mentioning of course earlier, but yeah, with sports, super motorcycles, yeah, for Class A, basically, whatever. Which is why I recommended motorcycles, especially followed by then followed by super sports, of course. Only followed off after those, or whatever. Because the stuff is not all, of course. Yeah, I was stressing out the way potential stuff for the motorcycles, if not, then like super sport cars, because of the Class A, of course, being those, whatever. And yeah, two newest ones are the HSW Woodlander, which was, I believe, third place in that time for SUV's class, as well as second place top speed. Not revolutionary, groundbreaking set of the Woodlander per se, and I think even a non-HSW with the Cascader's quicker than that, basically, even for a lap time. But yes. shit, okay. Yes, yes, indeed. Oh man, I'm just so tired. Golly, man. I think I want to take a break, honestly, man. It's just ridiculous. Sorry, I'll get back to it all when I get back. Just not taking a break for now. Start now. Start now. Alright. Sorry about that fucking shit. I had more than 15 minutes, so it seems, and the camera didn't, like, go to my character viewing or anything, it seems, so, like, Sandy was the one to kick him for outline for whatever reason, so it's interesting. That's very interesting. We're not going over the other ones again, but I'll go over HSW again, in the beginning, maybe. As maybe noticed here, there's no part-time. That's because of my HSW vehicle actively. Gotta be one actively to get part-time. To get a part-time after all. But yeah. It's Class C, Class B, Class A, Class C, ironically. Two. With 3 vehicles, of course, and 2 classes. I'll start with Class C. Prius RA for compacts, as well as Sun Access, and Urus X32, X32, X32 for coupes. Class B is muscle car, SUV, sports classics, and then off-road is later on. Mercenaries, you'll see Euroshaft, the next-gen version game. The next-gen console version came out, the PlayStation 5, Street X, such as PC and And Class A again are the same ones that I was mentioning earlier for regular time trials, which was sports, supers, motorcycles. And yeah, I especially recommend motorcycles for regular time trials. Of course. And then HSW Woodlander was a new one that came out. For the 2 new ones that came out, there was HSW Woodlander. 3rd place all time, I think 2nd place top speed for SV class. There's actually a regular non-HSW, I think it's better than it. I believe the Kenneth Castigator for a lap time. Fun fact, and then, yeah. So it's not very revolutionary on the HSW Woodlander for one of the 2 newest ones. And then you have the Tampa GT, which is actually the worst one for all 27 HSWs, I believe, for lap time. And if that's not the case, it's definitely the worst of 5 muscle cars though for a lifetime now, at least though. Maybe even Volvo or most cars. About it being the worst of all 27 HSWs for a lifetime, all those sports. And then it is the 3rd best overall top speed, at least when it comes to HSW vehicles in particular. For top speed, and it is the best muscle car for top speed, of course, as well for the Tampa GT HSW for a new option that was added, basically. Alright. So after all of that, what do I basically do after that, basically? But yeah, there might be like 3 different part-times, one for Class C, Class B, Class A, or whatever. Or it's like based on each individual vehicle, it's likely to. And yeah, for advice for it, it's just every time I feel this one's mostly just GPS route, I feel. With maybe just some small shortcut possibilities at the beginning for the most part. think though. I think though. I think that pretty much does it for route load though. So is there anything else I was going to mention though? By the way, I think the best vehicle, by the way, in general when it comes to this and regular time trials are probably the HSW Octa Drag, at least for non-gen, scores, or of course regular time trials as well. Right, but then yeah, onto junk energy though, I suppose. I think I kind of said it once later. Yeah, I'm so tired and stuff, or I was after. Like before taking this hell long nap and stuff, I was thankfully able to do because of like, again, not kicking me for idling for some reason. You had RCP and Data. No. This right point with Concon. We talked about that one, of course, with scores. Junk Energy Tantra on you for Data 1 Satyrs, Alberto Heights for this time around, of course, scores. Oh, yeah, Junk Energy is similar to RCP and Data, by the way, where you only have like one, kind of two vehicles that you can use. Which are the inductor bikes, basically the Curse Boost bicycles that like a decade after all the other bicycles in the same Mercenaries DLC. You also, by the way, cannot use the like BMX or any other like 2013 like bicycles or whatever you're on to do the inductor ones, the Junk Energy, or if you bring your own regular inductor, you can also use the regular inductor, but it's basically just an upgrade version of it anyways, so just basically like one vehicle, maybe like there's some do time trials. So for these, I honestly say as long as you don't fall off the bicycle, go where you need to go, maximize the cruise boost, and you should have like no problem beating it for the most part. And for some reason you do, if that does not help, then just look up a video guide, I guess, get some guess. Okay, so on to the Priam race now, basically. It is apparently for the Sports Classics class. So for the Sports Classics class, you have two HSW vehicles, and what I kind of said earlier, actually, when it came to the Turismo Classic or something, and one of the GT Plus, like, Bonwood Car Club, whatever. So your two HSW ones, your lifetime option is that Turismo Classic HSW, which I was basically saying one time about the Turismo Classic, because I think it, again, it was a vehicle in the Bonwood Car Club for this month for Plus, basically. Should have went over that opposite already, though. So that's your number one laptop for the class, then, for the PlayStation 5, or yes, PlayStation 5, that's from Series X/S, PC Enhanced. Your top speed option is HSW, is basically just strange THSW, by the way, though. Which, yeah, should be your number 2, of course, for lap time, and number 1 top speed. So those are the best two, of course, on the PlayStation 5, as Series X/S, PC Enhanced, the ones you're probably sticking to. For the newer platforms, of course. And then, if you're on PlayStation 4, Xbox One, PC, Legacy, I believe it goes for the A tier. It should, I believe, go Uranus to low speed, low speed, I believe, followed by the LCM, like, Cheetah Classic. whatever. LCM Grati Cheetah Classic, I believe. Which would have been this update, and then I want to say it's the regular Turismo Classic after that. And I think the regular Cheetah Classic and the Arden fell off probably until like B tier or something, I believe. Check on the spreadsheet, I guess, just to be absolutely sure, just in case. But I'm kind of familiar enough with the class, I believe. Right. Huh. Okay. Yeah, I was right, apparently. Okay. And it's supposed to be off speed. And then, yeah, LCM Cheetah Classic, and then, yeah, Turismo Classic, the regular Cheetah. The regular Turismo Classic, of course, for the A tier. For your legacy platforms. Of course, of course, legacy. However, yeah, Cheetah Classics apparently. Oh, wait, hold on. Oh, Cheetah Classic and Arden are still A tier, okay. So I was right about that, okay. So I got it all right, actually, without looking at the spreadsheet. That's cool. So I actually remembered it quite well, apparently. Alright, but yeah, what is lap time and what's top speed, though? Lap time is turn these corners around the city, which will be most courses. Most courses are like those turns and corners, of course. Top speed is a lot more niche, though. Top speed, yes, a lot more niche, which is highways, airport runways, as well as airstrips, such as the one from the last update, such as, yes, the one from the last update, Top of Hills, and then you have the Rex North Desert and the Grapeseed airstrips as well, of course. Oh no. How do you know what the race course is going to be if they're not going to the actual race course? You can do this. Squares can be seen in the bottom right rectangle course for start job. That would be X on Xbox or PC. Doing that will take you to a lobby screen, of course, for the pre race. But you can also do like on call on the phone as well, I believe. For that. In addition to going to the actual corner physically, or at least 3 ways of doing it, basically. When in the lobby screen, it will show you what the name of the race is. If you do the same button, Square X on Xbox or key on PC, then it should let you see the map of the race, so you can analyze where the lap time, top speed, of course. And if for some reason you do forget to do on the lobby screen, you can also do it when you choose a vehicle, probably, so you get an idea when you look at a vehicle what the performance. Probably still when you look at a vehicle, you get an idea of what the performance is. If you kind of get it after a while, it might be why they'll be doing there, I would presume, of course. Gee, 3 hours already, sorry about that. Crystal, it came back, of course, so. Yeah, sorry about being 3 hours before the casino again. I was just tired as fuck, though. I would have had it probably under 3 hours, hopefully. At least if I kept going, though.
What's up?
Rather not be tired the whole thing through, though. Because it might save time eventually over time, though. So. And yeah, sure does not help that Cockstar chose not to do another newswire for this week, and you have to go off of a third-party source.
The Diamond Casino and Resort presents a brand new car available to win today, simply with the spin of a wheel.
You get this information early from Cockstar recordings. Alright, but this one looks like a Dinka from the badging area. Looks like it's 2-door. I want to say it's like Kenjo SJ or something, like a tuner's class, right? Cannot really seem to do a badging much, like name on the
Throwing a party at your penthouse?
I assume it's like
Speak
Kenjo
with guest
SJ or
services
something.
and the evidence from last night's debauchery will be cleaned right away.
Unfortunately.
No rush.
Got 1,000 research bonus, 1,560,000, and pretty much ships, can't get that in. Bruh, 2,500 Got like the worst thing on that wheel. Like, literally one of the worst things on the wheel. Guess it's gonna be the KJSJ or something, right? That's what I'm expecting. It's gonna be here. Oh, and right, no Rockstar Newswire again, unfortunately. It was just the Plus Newswire. They don't have a main Newswire though, apparently. As I went over earlier, I believe I made mention of that, of course. Alright, yeah, it is indeed apparently I think a Kanjo SJ according to the GTA series videos. Community post, because again, Rockstar cannot actually be bothered when it came to another Newswire apparently for some reason. Alright, that was Tour Sport though for the ones that didn't get to go over that yet, actually. My bad. It's apparently deer, pug, and great cormorant deer. Like mountain areas like Mountain Hills, like the Chile Mountain State Wilderness, Mount Chile itself and stuff, etc. Pug is like in the rich areas of Bill, like the city, where, yeah, that's what it's walking around there. And Great Cormorant, honestly with Great Cormorant, I'm not really quite sure on top of my head on that one. And quite frankly, that one being a bird, and going to be hard to take a picture of that, of course. Yeah, you're going to have to like know what it looks like and stuff. Probably want to kind of look up, honestly. That dreaded great cormorant bill, like, oftentimes ruins things constantly, honestly. But anyways, after that distraction, I think I came to SJ, should be some standard autos, I believe, 2-door. Sorry, it would have been Criminal Prizes DLC. Yes, over here. My bad, I just went a bit too far, yes. So yes. I think a Kanjo SJ is actually technically a tuner subclass vehicle. I think it was one of 2 tuner. I think yes, it was one of 2 tuner subclass vehicles that was added in the Criminal Enterprises DLC alongside the, I think, like the Karen Postlude or whatever. Karen Postlude or whatever. Now, sadly, the batch in Criminal Enterprise DLC, if it was kind of like the worst batch of tuner vehicles that quite frankly ever done though, so Nuggets Creams is kind of like the worst, one of the worst podium vehicles it could probably do, if it was quite frankly, or tuner subclass in particular, anyways. I suppose in general you could have a much worse vehicle on it, I suppose. Yeah, as a reminder, roughly 152 vehicle spreadsheets one key my information for any vehicles I cover for performance and stuff. So credit goes for 152 racing online. Yeah, this one has a coupe tuner subclass though. Now Kanjo J is actually the second worst, I guess, of the Criminal Enterprise DLC ones apparently. It actually puts in the middle of the G tier, apparently, for the general pace class, which is 19th place, apparently, for lap time of 21 coupes, apparently, as well as 20th place for top speed, which gives it second worst full class of Sheesh. It released in 2022, and yet one of the worst vehicles in the whole class for the coupe classing, which is a pretty niche class even as well. Only having 21 vehicles. Like between like, I think it was like Finance Felony and like Los Santos Juniors, there's like a 5-year gap where there's like no coupes at all basically. So yeah, having like worst performance of the whole class for coupes is really not that good on the Kansas SJ, fortunately, no. Fortunately, yes, indeed. Yeah, sorry though. Friend being a bitch and shit again. And yeah, when it comes to like tuner subclass performance, sadly that's not on the spreadsheet for the tuner subclass. I think Ruffy 1322's videos on the tuner subclass just doesn't list it all on the spreadsheet, unfortunately. That particular class. But either way, I believe it is some of the worst of the raceable options for the tuner subclass, so it's definitely not going to be one you want to use for the street pursuit races that are dominated by like sport tuners. not going to be one all that worth using for street pursuit races, considering it's going to be one all dominated by sports tuners for, yes, the street pursuit races do get dominated by sport tuners practically. Tongue twist just broke on. Sport tuners, yes, do practically dominate the street pursuit races, though. As for robbery contracts, it all depends on, again, a rear looter, whatever. Depends on if there's like a rear looter in the back of the vehicle. Which I was mentioning because of the couch, which yes, I would have mentioned that already, because the Calco GTF and Plus, I believe I would have mentioned something like that already. But yeah, if you want a coupe that's actually good for tuner subclass, look into the Kieran Previan. Also even returned from Rambo Century, so it's also retro nostalgic as well, so that's the one to look for coupe tuner subclass vehicle if you want just one of those for the unique classing. Like yeah, the classing is unique for tuner subclass, that is not like the billion sports car. Or you can just jib, yeah. Also, I think recently, like this update or recent update, they also like fixed something where like, I think before you can only use like stock ones and like racing and stuff for street pursuit races. As for robbery contracts, I don't really think you can use it like ever in robbery contracts in the first place, so no. Unfortunately, no. Oh yeah, about the buzzard though. I don't know if I got to mention the CO spawning yet, but yeah, buzzard's really awesome for CO spawning. I was mostly nostalgic for it when I was talking about it earlier though. And yeah, again, I was being tired as fuck and shit, so I don't think I have to mention that yet. Again, as a reminder, I did mention all the plus stuff, since usually around here is where I'm mentioning plus stuff, because... but yes, usually around here is where I mention plus, like any remaining stuff plus. Again, I already talked about it because of the export vehicle I picked up already, whatever earlier. But yes. So the test drive vehicles apparently for the week here though are apparently the Dodge Rapid GT, Lampadati Pigali, and the Rapid Hustler. Dodge Rapid GT would have been a day one vehicle for September 17, 2013. Lampadati Pagali was in the 2014 DLC about Another DLC, which is a single-player vehicle as well, because that was back when it was also, yes, got the single-player for DLC vehicles. And then the Vapid Hustler was in the Doomsday Heist DLC. It's tribute, I believe, around like Valentine's or something, I believe. That one in particular is a retro nostalgic vehicle as well, and that returns from Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, at least for sure, I know for a fact, where it was like a girlfriend vehicle, I believe. Was it Denise's vehicle for her girlfriend? Like the story mode one, or some other one? Yeah, maybe. Something like that, though. Something like that, all though. I don't know. But yeah, Rapid GT is sports, Pagali is sports classics, Hustler is muscle car apparently. And I'm assuming they will not be on discount on the usual format anymore, so these are kind of mostly just been shown nowadays anymore. For vaulted vehicles, and they don't really tend to be on discount. Fortunately though. Yeah, I did not seem to see any of the vehicles in the list according to GTA Series videos, because again, no Rockstar newsletter got made apparently. Yeah, Rapid GT, if I'm taking a guess on this, I believe it does not perform the greatest anymore as far as like mid-tier at best, like sports cars nowadays. Yes. Lampadati Pagali, on the other hand, this one actually might be surprising in terms of top speed when it comes to sports classics class. As can maybe the Hustler, but maybe to a lesser extent, where it's probably not the 10s, 20s, whereas Pagali might be a top 10 zone for top speed even for sports classics. But again, yes. By the way, usual thing is these are vaulted vehicles, so I could so I'll go over the vault vehicle list, of course, here. So yeah, the same spreadsheet, yeah, it does have a vehicles date section or something. So basically. But yeah, apparently this will be the vehicle here with the least amount of appearances, apparently, of any of the vehicles here. Apparently, Rapid GT. Ever since being vaulted to Sanders Mercenaries DLC, the update from like 2 summers ago, so basically 2+ years ago, like, I think around 200+ cars, maybe initially got like absolute most got vaulted. Yeah, ever since that update, like 2+ years ago, this one's still vaulted, so it's no missed lock-on generators for these vehicles. It's definitely not, since the vaulted vehicle like, currently does not have a lock-on generator, I'm pretty sure, of course. But it has the least appearances of any vehicle for the current event, apparently, and it's appeared 7 times on different dealerships since being vaulted 2+ years ago, or whatever. The Pagali, on the other hand, is just one above it, apparently, being available for the 8th time now. And then apparently the Hustler has actually been available for the 9th time now, apparently. And yeah, anything I said, by the way, for performance takeover and install off-seat are not on discount, so I didn't feel like I would go over the exact performance numbers, obviously, on those, just so save on time, obviously. Otherwise, I'm here being more forever. And then the Vapid Click Wagon is apparently the prize ride for the event. So our challenge is a simple one, apparently. There's one where you just like simply do top 5 a single time. So literally on once a year, even less moments, like Thursday, you can actually get that as well, basically. And yeah, there's kind of a reason for it, as I will explain as well. Oh man, it's not great. What was it right now? How not so great though? Yes or no? Okay, I noticed they still have the stunt race fans for the special vehicle races apparently. Interesting. That they haven't like unvaulted. That they haven't like vaulted those or whatever at this point. Yes. Like once again, of course. So, yeah, I'll get to those ones later, but so pursuit races though, you can actually do the challenge pretty well with pursuit race. You could actually do a 4 and a 5 player pursuit race, and you can actually like get a guaranteed entry for the challenge. But obviously, naturally, you'll just want to do the usual street race method of just 2 players, you and a friend, or random, whatever. You don't need a friend yet, really, on this one for sure. Without these 2 challenges, you can quite literally just do you and like one random as a host or something. And that's easy. That's all over gaming, basically. And as for the Dragon Drift races, I know they definitely do not count solo, and since they came out like 2 years after the initial continuous update, the price arc system being introduced with the continuous update, that gives me vibes that it does not count for the Drag or Drift races, even with other players, unfortunately. Because yeah, drag races, for example, would be a guaranteed entry for the challenge, if that were the case. And yeah, drift races could maybe make sense if like it does somehow work out. I mean, with like having other players, it could work. I assume it probably doesn't like count the challenge, unfortunately. Anyways, though. And I should probably go over on the website. I think it should probably be some serious Silverados. Looks to be a 4-door, of course. And I think Sanders Mercenaries for it, right? Where is it? Or is it somehow on Legendary or something? I think the regular clicks on Legendary if I remember right, so would it be here? No, even? I don't know. I'm not even... Maybe it's somehow 2-doors. Oh yeah, wait, it's somehow 2-door. Okay, I thought it was going to be 4 doors. It's called a quick wagon. Never mind. Yeah, I don't think this vehicle has a trade price. I don't believe it does. Sanders Mercenaries had a trade price on the Raiju, and like, maybe even weaponized Kanata, like the huge, like weaponized issue vehicles for the update. At least a couple of them, anyways. Yeah, 1,205,000. So the savings is nice. We'll actually be saving a good amount of money in the second hour to hour and a half-ish grind, perhaps around there, just for the stock vehicle alone. But yeah, as such as reason, it's a very easy challenge. And yeah, that's what I'll go for right here, basically. So this is in the muscle car class, just like the regular click battle way. Like honestly, something like this maybe could have fit better in a sedan if it wanted to actually have some kind of better performance, I guess. But again, to be fair, the regular click is a muscle car. To be fair, regular click is yes, a muscle car. I get why they would put it there, of course, for that reason. Since this vehicle is obviously based on the click that was added, that was yes, added the remorse DLC. That was like muscle car. The click wagon on the other hand has some of the worst or something. But apparently it's at the top of the M tier, apparently for click wagon, so actually is 2 tiers better than like worst tier, yes, guess. Yes. But yeah, it is apparently top of M tier apparently, which is actually kind of 2 tiers better or something than worst tier. Worst tier though. Yes, indeed. His body though, come on, knock on. And yeah, it has 75th place apparently for lap time, as well as 82nd place top speed. And yeah, I said there was 88 muscle cars, and there's actually 6 that are not raceable options, so it basically gives it the worst top speed for a muscle car in the game. I believe. And yeah, the worst non-raceable top speed looks to be like 112 miles per hour or something. So yes. It is quite literally the worst muscle car in the game when it comes to top speed, which is absolutely insane. And then without it just taking into account, what, like 70th place at best for like lap time, yeah, it's obviously not good at all, though. It's really for personal preference customization kind of reasons or whatever for this vehicle to get whatsoever. But if you absolutely want the vehicle, this is a good time to get it since the challenge is absolutely easy. But yeah, it's easy because it has the worst metric of its class for top speed. Absolutely insane. That's how bad it is, though. No. HSW Premium Test Ride, whatever. Let's be the Grade Stinger TT. Which is actually the second best overall top speed one in the game. I believe there are 27 like HSW vehicles in the game, only yes being behind the BNG GTS, basically, which is yet another sports car. Yes, apparently the second best overall top speed for HSW as a whole. There's also a Monitech and HSW, which is nice. So it does have the... It's a full-fledged one too, so it does actually get like armor plating. I don't think it's bulletproof glass per se though, and for much machine guns. So I think it has armor plating, the slip lines, there's a lot of general control unit. Don't think that how GT Stinger TT is electric, so I believe I believe the missile lock engine would definitely be found on this one. I don't believe it has I don't think it's an electric vehicle. I mean, for the remote control unit to get maximum benefit out of it, or whatever though. No.
What's poppin'?
No. But yeah, there's 6 sports HSW vehicles, which I think is the most populated class, but since it is a full-fledged, like, a Monitech one in addition to HSW, I think it makes it absolutely good. So it is very worth it, though. One thing I don't like about it, though, is just the clip mines. If you have them on, at least it does prevent it from being used in HSW time trials, I believe, since it counts as having a weapon on. Hence why it doesn't really use weaponized Ignis in the HSW time trials. After the clearing prize, you'll see released onwards, basically. And then, yeah, every vehicle is pretty much on this, and with all correct information, I believe, for the most part. Aside for the Sterling GT, like, it did get brought back in Sabotage, yeah, but the website is not listed there, like, it's still vaulted, but it's just not vaulted anymore. So that's a mistake on here, didn't, like, adjust it for the fact it was brought back on the Sterling GT. Besides that, you pretty much find just about any information for anyways on here. For PlayStation 5, it's mostly slash as against, of course, consequences.
Shit is waiting. I got some nice ski back home.
Oh yeah, another thing that I actually thought about with the buzzer, by the way, fun fact though. Apparently it's only like weaponized vehicle where the like weapons are directly tied to the engine, so when this vehicle actually gets hit by the EMP, I'm not sure you actually can't use the weapons on this vehicle, fun fact. Because pretty much any other weaponized vehicle actually can actually use the weapons or whatever. Since I guess for some reason the vehicle weapons usually are not tied to the engine, but in case of the buzzer they actually are. And it's apparently the only one like that apparently. That's interesting in a unique way of countering the buzzer. Is that sports vehicle? Apparently, I guess I want to get that up. There's a chance of a Halloween event, of course, not being able to do that, so there's a good excuse to do it right now, after all. I believe they did say that one came back or something, I believe. According to the GT series videos information, I believe. It's getting no proper newswire to verify that, of course. There's something, I think. Let's say the initial October 2nd newswire. Spectre. Or Inspector as well, let's see. Does that mean I'm going to get chased by the Cerberus, I wonder, or what? Yeah, the Spectre is a Benny's vehicle, basically. So also it's a vehicle known as the Spectre Custom as well, that it can upgrade to or something. Which is basically just a slightly better version of the Spectre, I believe. It's one of those ones where it just has like a marginal increase, I believe. But yeah, it's interesting. It is, of course, an interesting vehicle having access to the Benny's upgrade, which gives it very good visual modifications, which I do like, of course, I do absolutely like the Benny's vehicles, for sure. Move forward.
No way.
It was orange and whatnot, and no servers apparently. That's 2 where I didn't get like the service truck. It seems. Alright, another 20k from what export vehicle in this one stream apparently. Getting me to 60,621,670 dollars. Okay. And yes, I am going to do the Vigero CX convertible. Now we can just drive over to the Buzzard. Since it is Pegasus, I don't have as much convenience to spawn it. I would get a Buzzard if I have the 40 slots for plus. Yeah. As I want to use the one in the career progression, I don't really have space for it now because I don't actually even have the tier progression. Career progression meaning complete yet, obviously though. Should put on the GPS router, right. Before I forget any further. Don't know where it would have been actually, like originally, but whatever. Hope not to get expert vehicle. I technically would have went on the way for by not doing it GPS route ASAP. You know what to do with it, of course. But yeah, I crashed out because yeah, I've been going crazy and stuff. Oh, hold up, Robert, that whatever. Yes, that I crashed out. The thing I was talking about before. But we're going to do the like GPS route runaway or whatever. That's why I crashed out or something, basically. Yeah, luxury auto is so I got to the Buzzard though. Yeah, I kinda actually did want to go to the Buzzard actually to go here though. Actually I'm gonna do that then. $2,000 for the good behavior. Okay. My parts are weird here, but not a big deal. Not a big deal. Yes, over here you have the Federal Quick D5 apparently, whatever. Pretty sure it's the bulletproof one right now still, right? They've been fixed from last update, I think. Pretty sure that's the case, yes, and then Class A is 1500 apparently. This one is the last update. 70 might have been the last update too, or it might have been the update before or something. Oh shit, my buzzer got hit apparently, wow. Okay, rude. Got his body though, come on. Been very quite deep though, yeah. Pretty sure just the one that's still bulletproof after it did not manage to fix it last update apparently. Like before Money Fronts that the TLC thing came out, of course. So you can use this in all kinds of missions, and apparently you're not going to get shot in it. Still susceptible to explosives, though, I believe, but there might even be a way to remedy that as well. Because, of course, all those weird peeps out there, they have to try out, like, some kind of god mode or some bullshit, though, of course. And yeah, Yosemite, 1500, whatever, though. Off-road Yosemite. Yeah, it might be one of the least impressive Yosemite's out of, like, the regular drift, the rancher one, the Benny's one, whatever. whatever. I feel it's kind of the least memorable one, in my opinion, to be honest, though. Like, I don't even think it was that revolutionary for the off-road classes. Whereas at least the other ones were kind of revolutionary, I feel. Eventually, when it came to the drift, finally became actually drift-worthy and stuff, of course. 70 was actually pretty revolutionary when it initially released. And for some time, maybe, before better muscle cars came out, now it might kind of be a little bit, I mean, at least that one had its moment. Again, the Benny's one at least has good customization. I think that one is also off-road for the Benny's one. And then, yeah, there's this one. Again, I feel it was quite literally the most forgettable one. So interesting. It's not really a top tier option. Honestly, D5, I think when it came out, yeah, also obviously a great sports car, but away, yeah, not the greatest performance options here, I believe. We believe. So, like, yeah, you really want to get this one for that. Like, bulletproofness they did not fix somehow. At least the crewman Sterling one they fixed, but not the bulletproofness of the D5 for some reason. But yeah, and yeah, quite literally probably the most forgettable Yosemite that's been released. Again. And I assume they're not on discount, I presume, of course. So. Yeah, I don't think those are on discount, unfortunately. Yeah, I think last up they had the one, like I was saying, no. Yes. Yeah, that's definitely that's definitely the bulletproof one right now, since it was the last one that came out for Agent Sabotage. And when did the 1500 come out again? Oh, okay. Yeah, 2 updates ago, okay. I thought it was either the last update or the one before, whatever, I think 100%, 100%. This is apparently the same price as the Click Wagon, apparently, so at least for the price, it's better value for that price, at least. So that's something positive I can say about it, at least. Yeah, they're not discounts, I'm not going to go out the way to look into the performance numbers for them, no, And then last but not least, for showroom is obviously we're seeing this so again, sorry it's like 4 hours on at this point, but yeah, I was tired and stuff. But take a break. Albeit, actually, it might be done before 4 hour mark here, for the showroom, of course. But yes, obviously there's more to go over those still. Alright, so here you have the classic tulip, the BF Raptor, chariot mirrors, Albany Frankenstein, and then the classic tornado Rot Rod. 3 of these were also in the showroom, I believe, the last event, so 3 of those are pretty much already covered. I think when it came to the what's new section or whatever, it was talking about the Ramirez and the Frankensteins already, but I think I have to re-mention the Tornado Rot Rod still, I think. So I still have to kind of talk about that one, though. Anyways, these 2 new ones are non-exclusives because the Tulip came out in the Arena Wars DLC in 2018. And then the BF After came out in 2016. Both years were entirely years where every vehicle went online. 2016 actually being the first year everything went online too. Exclusive. Yeah, so day 1, and then the other 2 are, and then the other 2 are online exclusives, of course. Yeah, the classic Tulip, I don't exactly think it's the greatest performing. The same as happening with the Raptor, 100%. And 100% those are both vaulted vehicles as well. The classic Tulip is a pretty significant vehicle, by the way, in the GTA 6 trailer. The first one, I believe, apparently. So it is kind of cool for that, at least, I guess. In terms of next game, assuming nothing changes with that, of course, then it becomes like beta somehow or something. Then NBF Raptor. Yeah, it's a sports car, like a tricycle, like a tricycle, like motorcycle, like sports car, basically. And yeah, freewheel vehicles have a tendency not to perform the greatest. So yeah, that definitely does not perform the greatest. Yeah, the other ones again don't need much to talk about, but I will maybe once I get more closer to that, of course, talk more on that. No, so I don't think I mentioned that yet in this stream. I don't think the thing I was reading for what's new or whatever mentioned the Tornado Rot Rod particularly yet. Yeah. But yeah, it's just, yeah. Alright, so back over to remove vehicles, dates, whatever. Yeah, it looks like the Tulip has apparently been available for the 10th time now. It's the last 2+ years since being vaulted Sanders Mercenaries DLC, as I explained earlier. And, oh, it's Carmino, no. So it has one of the vehicles with the most appearances of the particular week, apparently, for vaulted vehicles, though. Yeah, for Raptor apparently has 8 appearances as of this week of appearing, apparently. In the dealership. And that's just like the Golly from earlier and the... That was Carmi opposite, Cherry mirrors, which I already spoke of, I believe, earlier in the stream for the discount and everything. Appears for the 8th time alongside the Raptor. And the Golly. The next one, the Frankenstein, also appears for the 8th time alongside the Golly and the Raptor mirrors. And then, yeah, the Tornado Rat Rod. Again, I believe it should be 30% off. I don't think I've had to mention it yet in this stream since I haven't showed up in what's new yet. Yeah. Appears in the Sports Classics class, pretty sure. Also is unique being the only Sports Classics. I think that has the muscle car wheelie feature as well. That's usually reserved for muscle cars. I noticed at least 2 exceptions of the Weevil or BF Weevil, I think, for the compacts, and then yeah, this for Sports Classics, of course, for the Tornado Rat Rod, since I'm talking about it right now. No. Yeah, according to the spreadsheet, it's at the bottom, or no, not bottom, it's at the top of the L tier. I was looking at a different listing, my mistake. Which gives it 37th place a lot of time, as well as 35th place top speed, which, yeah, only 2 Sports Classics, it gives it like 35th and like 33rd. 35th and 33rd, yes, indeed. Out of the 50 Sports Classics in the game, basically. So again, like the other one in Sports Classics, the Frankenstein, it's really most for theme, not for performance. Not surprising, but still. And if I did not say it, it appears for the 10th time and if I did not say it, yes, indeed, it appeared for the 10th time apparently for the different appearances it had on like the showrooms and everything. Apparently.
You knew traffic was gonna be bad. Why didn't you plan ahead of time?
Hey!
I cannot believe you scared me up because they don't give you no business.
Right. Probably a good time to check my stream again, just to make sure things are rolling fine, of course. Yes, good. Not surprised though, of course.
The one that you love, something scary. Does Inspector Nicker sell those? Okay. And what about restraints and handcuffs and all that good stuff? Y'all got that too?
Alright, so now I gotta look for money opportunities, like discounts, stuff. So I think I'll go for vaulted modes and stuff, possibly all here. nothing really happens on the arena modes for sure. Target Assault did not come back, not surprised, of course. Of course. That's one of the most neglected modes within the game, quite frankly, quite frankly. Again, somehow these, like, original special vehicle races that were at, like, the Cunning Stunt special vehicle circuit DLC back in, like, early 2017 are still in the game since they initially, like, unvaulted them for the different Blazer, Aqua, Rocket Voltic, and 2000 races. Still have not seen a return of the Luxo, Stromberg, and Ruster races, though. Unfortunately, no. Fortunately, no. But yeah, I'm not too surprised to not see that anytime soon. Yes, that's right. Just looking like Raider Stunners is still. Yeah, they did not return the Inferno, like Transform race, like how we Transform race with Howling Weber, though it seems. Kind of gotta look at races earlier, honestly. Yeah, Cowbricker races are still not in. Not surprised there, honestly. Wheels probably not in right now. No. Dude, it's not, unfortunately. So nothing really there, it seems. If any of the Halloween death matches, it does come back at all. Not at all. Deadhead, I feel, is not Halloween 1. I feel.
Hey, remember me? It's Mama.
No Car Crash Full Auto, which I think Car Crash Full Auto was a thing, yeah, I believe, for death matches. And one of those things, like Target Assault, that, like, Bracken never comes back, I feel. I don't feel I've noticed the Howling Deathmatch at all, I don't think so. I don't think so. The Howling themed deathmatches have not came back for the Rock Squared ones, so it's like Capture, last team Stage and Hill, I don't think they vault anything on those for sure. Cowbreaker Survival got vaulted, it looks like. Unfortunately, again, it looks like. With no replacements, it looks like yet, unfortunately, but fortunately. Yeah, no North Yankton Survival, though I think it's due to come back later, I believe they mentioned on the Newswire, on the Newswire, Like I started, bro, come on. But yeah, again, I think the Ludendorff Survival is due to come back eventually, I believe they confirmed already. Alien Survival is not came back though, apparently still no, I believe. For contact missions, I believe there were ones only on the like 7th gen version of the game that's never really made a return for 8th and 9th gen, I believe. But they might be straight up like deleted contact missions, or they just never cared to bring them back, of course. Versus modes, none available right now, apparently. Yeah, right now it's only the featured series apparently for Judgment Day 1-7. And then yeah, SEMA Remix apparently for a permanent avatar mode, pretty much for the one that stays in the game permanently, probably the most popular avatar mode.
Hey there, sweetheart.
Probably.
I knew it was you. I finally got one of those phones that shows the number of who's calling you.
Yes, I believe it's the one pretty much called permanent avatar mode in the game now, since probably it's the most popular one in the game, of course, probably.
Why did you call me? Call me back when you have a Bye now.
The first map for this is in Shores, Judgment Day 1. Judgment Day 2, yes, Fort Judgment Day 3 seems last. Judgment Day 4, Judgment Day 5, Time. Judgment Day 6, Mirror Park. And Judgment Day 7, Bills, apparently. And then, yeah, they don't really follow any man parachuting, so I mean, that's it for that all. I think it's basically just to remove the calibrate, though. I think it was basically removal of calibrate, though, along with the removal of Beast versus Slasher, with the addition of, yes, the addition of Judgment Day, with the addition of Judgment Day instead, of course, in place of Beast versus Slasher. With no replacement of the Caprico survival, apparently, not even alien survival. Again, as a reminder, there is 2 times on the document forgery for this event for the non-subscription, and combined 4 times for the subscription for the 1 week. Now, document forgery is the worst biker business in the game, so unfortunately not the greatest there. Got buffed to like a time or 2, I believe, or something like a permanent buff or something, but it's still, obviously it's still pretty much the worst biker business. Worst part is it didn't get a buff this DLC, unfortunately, no. Buffs for this DLC, of course, went to the ones above it, the weed and the counter the cash. And Hanger got the other buff as well for like bird business to get a buff for this Hanger, basically. Document forgery getting shafted once again, basically, albeit I know apparently owning one, like, reduces the cost, I believe, of, like, vehicles for the salvage yard, I believe, get discounted. When you buy a vehicle for salvage yard, that's actually discounted for a salvage yard vehicle, basically. For a claimable one, I mean, for a claimable one. Yes, as I said earlier, yeah, podcast earlier. Claimable vehicles due to claimable vehicles for salvage yard, yes, do get a discount, at least when you own reviews, but that's pretty much about it for something on the worthy of feel. But again, biker businesses are very solo friendly as the last couple updates, as I was seeing. So you can probably make like a couple to few hundred, probably. I wouldn't even say few hundred since document forgery, honestly. You probably make like a couple 100,000 hours on like 2 times or something. I don't know, maybe early 3,000 pushing it, I guess. But I mean, hey, at least iClub gets the 2 times as well, it seems, or 4 times, or plus even as well. But yeah, apparently printing and copying does count for the 2 times as well, for your nightclub at least. So it could be, so So yes, could be a good time to do that. Albeit since the nightclub only occurs like 5 at a time, I never really do that. Albeit, yes, since the nightclub only occurs 5 at a time, I never really do the document forgery printing copying over there anyways. Unless I go out the way, of course, to do the... Unless I go out the way, yes, to do the Johan missions, which I don't really do. So. And yeah, again, they got rid of the post-op vans. Really, the garbage truck is like the worst sale I would say nowadays. And then, honestly, I would say the rest of the sales aren't that bad. Honestly. See, I might have expanded on what I was seeing a little bit, but honestly, like, for example, the amount of money range I would expect to be able to get, of course, up to times. But maybe that's about it. I kind of didn't mention earlier. Maybe. And then for the weekly challenge, I believe it's taxi work related. I believe this event, so naturally the taxi work seems to be 2 times as well. Yeah, taxi work. The vehicles I believe you can use are the regular taxi, which you can get one, I believe, from here, or you have the Warstock Cash and Carry website for the regular taxi. There's also Taxi Custom, the Arena Taxi, which used to be the best one, I think, until this latest update, I believe. I think the Drug Wars DLC, which might have been the update introduced the taxi work, definitely was actually. It was the fucking. Yes, it was the. Yeah, Drug Wars, yeah, introduced taxi work, and it had the Broadway and the Brigham for 2 muscle cars I think you could use as well if you have the, like, liveries for it, basically. It was basically. Albeit the Broadway and the Brigham, they weren't even better than, like, the regular taxi, or at least Taxi Custom anyways, I believe. And I believe no other vehicles for taxi work, I think, were added until literally this update, adding 2 new ones, I think, as well, I believe. God damn it, you fucking hurting you, bro. Come on. Fuck. But yes. So again, I think it was the regular taxi and Taxi Custom for your actual taxis, and then there are taxis like right off the bat. And then, yeah, you have the Broadway and the Brigham that were added. Los Santos Drug Wars DLC was the initial release of taxi work, where if you have a taxi liveries, you can use them there. And then, again, I think it was just this update that added like 2 more, and I think no other update between those 2 updates like added any, I believe. Where you have the Drift Cypher, I believe, with the Drift Taxi livery, I believe in particular, that's allowed to actually do taxi work. But it's kind of like a meme-worthy drift vehicle, so it's really just for memes, I guess. Like fun, I guess, to use the Drift Cypher. That's definitely not going to be a very good option to use, though, for making money in the quickest way possible. No. And then in the sedan classing, I believe they added a new one update, not in this Hardy, I believe. Now that you also probably do need a specific delivery for as well, I'm presuming. Yeah, the Hardy you might need a particular delivery for as well. Apparently, I believe it's the best one since it has that pretty crazy top speed, since it's also number one top speed for the tuner subclass, I believe, as well. So yeah, I believe the Innis Hardy is that this update is the new best taxi work vehicle in the game now. I don't know. And then yeah, 2 times, it's probably peasant change, honestly. It's probably like peanuts, like peasant change, really though. So like you really don't make the craziest money on the taxi work. It's really just a mode of fun, I feel. Got thrown to buy the pizza disc anyways, quite frankly. At least when it came to regular money, of course. And with this being 2 times and that not. Yeah, it might be better for just 1 week, but yeah, honestly, I don't really believe it's all that crazy impressive, honestly. I'm not saying. But yeah, at least you should be able to do it quick with the Hardy now. Then again, yes, week 2 for the Halloween event on whatever kind of thing all. Complete free fares during taxi work, yes. Come on, fuck, that's hard, bro. Yeah, free fares during taxi work, yeah, gets you the wiki challenge for part 2 of the undead, like, Vinewood Undead collection or whatever. For the increased $200,000 for the collection challenge, for the weekly challenge, for the increased 200K for the weekly challenge, of course, it'd be 100K. And then that gets you the Weathered Vintage Mummy Mask. That yes, does get the Weathered Vintage Mummy Mask. Yes. And it looks like the last theme for the 2 times is going to be the Halloween like community series, basically, kind of. I know there's still the FIB file theme, but again, that's kind of just something that happens anymore. It looks like Gargantua is a new Transformer race to do, okay. And yeah, I think last time there might have only probably most likely been 1v1. I think I definitely. Oh yeah, I have a check mark on that. So it's weird. I'm not sure if this one's new at all or what. But again, I think they usually only do 1v1 nowadays, so that's probably an old one. Same with Pyrus Velocity too. It's probably definitely. I think I definitely remember seeing this one before, actually. Alright, so I guess I'll start this here, I guess. my stream again just in case, dude. Alright, still going fine as expected. Cool. Yo, it defaults pussy mode, bro. Damn, that's kind of long, actually. Almost 5.5 miles. No wonder it's called Gargantua, though. No. Alright, night at the fall, time of day. Supposedly it should be a Halloween themed one, possibly, so not surprised, not surprised. Traffic is forced off, apparently. HSW mods enabled. Additional options. One level's off because the vehicle's on. Split times road record. Or wait, why am I reading that one even? I'm usually reading that, my bad. Got starting grid and then boost and go. Default on, okay. But yeah, that does look huge though. To live up to the name now, at least. Alright, so it seems you have a bike to choose, at least though. So that sounds like it will be limited on the choices though, at least. Obviously I know I'm going to use my HSW one here pretty much. I'm just kind of seeing what I have though. I don't know if I can think of any restrictions, accordance, but I'm not really sure on that. Accordance. Default you have Akuma, Bagger, Body 801, 801RR, Body 801, Body 801 SS. BF400, Blazer, Carbon RS, Chimera, Cliffhanger, Damon, both the last and the newer one from like Biker's DLC. That's like the civilian one, basically. Fowler, Diablos Custom, Double T, Enduro, Husky, Baggy Mod, Baggy Sport, FCR, like Fucker 1000, FCR, like Fucker 1000 Custom, Gargoyle, Lockjaw Drag, or like the regular one, of course. Hakachow, Innovation, Metro, Manchester Scale, Nemesis, Nightblade, PCJ 600, Pressure, Power Surge, Rampant Rocket, Rat Bike, Reaver, yes, Need Hernia, Rivian, Sanchez Hillary, Shinobi, Taro, Sovereign, Strider, Frost, Vader, Vindicator, Vortex, Wolfsbane, Zombie Chopper, Zombie Bobber, and that's it apparently. Okay. How much was that even for non-custom? Probably just about the whole selection, honestly. 20, I think. 30. 40. It was like 49 it counted, I believe. But I'm still going to use my HSW, of course. I want to take advantage of the HSW, obviously, for next-gen hardware. That barely gets used in this game, of course. Oh, yeah. Got that Liberty City horn on this shit, it seems. 25 checkpoints. And yeah, I wouldn't be surprised, by the way, if this was exclusive PlayStation 5. It's not just PC games. By the way, they haven't really clarified that in this batch, I think. So that's usually what they do anymore. Is some like platforms maps, basically. It's just a bike, interesting. It is the Nerd Transformers, but oh, I saw Pariah. I do not own a custom Pariah, I believe, so the highest experience a lot of like websites and stuff. So I've heard of stuff. So to say high tech for Python on those, if you have custom Pariah, you might very much be able to use custom Pariah though. So oh wow, actually I landed it. I might adjust it a little bit. Either way I landed though. Either way I landed though, even if it like weren't like meant to be or something. Ability adjustment. Whatever. God, fuck ass hernia, come on. Never car transform? Okay. Krieger versus Supercar, I do have one of these, so I do have one of those, so cool. Oh shit, jeez, I got confused which way to go. They have different animals, they're fucking following me. I got confused. Alright, there, I got it right this time. Cool. Yeah, being it like upside down, especially with the weren't entirely. Shit. Never car transform. Okay, what's this one gonna be? Trophy truck. I have one of those. That's a raid I don't have, so I'm glad it was a trophy truck. Between the two simulators there, at least I can scores. Back to the Krieger again. Interesting. I wish they would have changed it up. Oh man, there was a booster I could have used. There was a booster I could have used, I think. With a green, like, bar booster sticking out, like a couple of these, I think. Okay, I think that ends the Krieger too. Well, shit, what am I doing? I kinda goofed up. Oh shit. I was kinda worried what's going on there. I'm just gonna try that, see if it works. Hey, let's go. Let's go. That worked. That worked. Alright, that was very fun. That has to be one of my favorite. Gotta swear, the last two have been some of my most favorite actually so far, I'll admit. And the like race stuff or the community series actually. Especially the latest one being like an actual transform race for once. Not just one that's like one vehicle, like all over the place, and with like there might have been transform ones as well. That's like a certain like kind of game mode thing that people tend to make too, and that was like kind of a little overdone because I think there was like 2 of them at least in the community series. I think. Fuck ass hurt me, bro. Come on. Just fucking stop, bro. Yeah, buzzer got taken away, basically. Rip. Guess I'm seeing this thing then, and then from here.
Hey, honey boo, you look great.
I got $14,716. Yes, I got $14,716. Oh my god, yes, though, I got $14,716. Yes. Right. Yeah, I meant the money services in the first place. My bad. Alright, $16,632,599. Okay. So yeah, that's for everything I already went over. It's just FIB party file for 2 times or anything really. Which this event is apparently for the brute force file, apparently. Okay. From 156,000 over 316,000, looks like. So cool. Or actually, that would have been 158,000, I think. Actually, yes, that would have been 158,000, I believe. TF 316,000. But yeah, party file, it's 2 times, and it can only be done 1 time for the event. Just keep in mind, of course. But I feel I was actually I yes, indeed do feel I was first proper Transformers though, for real no. Alright, that might have been like a lightning thing, that's just the end. I think it's like 1 to 4, I believe. I believe that's a reminder. It goes 1 to 4, I believe, in game for UFOs. Since I say as a reminder, obviously, because it's been a thing for like years or something for UFOs. Obviously, at this point. For a Halloween phenomenon, of course. Okay. So do you want to show the login reward, I guess? Probably a new clothing item and probably technically a weak edition, but again, they bothered to not do a news wire day. Again, they bothered not to actually make a news wire, so just called it like weak editions myself. Or no.
How are you?
I called it event week stream, of course, myself, since they chose not to make a news wire, of course. I considered it not worthy of like that kind of thing, of course. Jesus fucking Christ, Professor. I feel you were being much better for a while until you weren't, but whatever. Whatever. But yes. The yellow vintage witch mask, yes, yo. Tongue toast, yes, bro, come on. Yes. The yellow vintage witch mask is the login reward apparently for the event. Oh yeah, and if I didn't say much on the money, by the way, on the community stuff, like yeah, the races are like 16K, like they were, of course. They used to be on 2 times, I think, and 50% boost was like 25K, for like the traditional stun like race kind of things, and yeah. I think transform races only ever got 1 boost, so yeah, I think 25K, like 8-10 minutes solo or something's kind of the cap, I think, on money. And then obviously make your real like crazy good amounts, of course, playing with other players, obviously. Yeah, I'm kind of trying to figure out what to do next year, like for what to say here, really. By the way, so sorry if I'm taking a while. It's not help my hernias being a bitch, though. I'm trying to do that, but still, whatever. But yeah, featured Halloween content, by the way, according to GT3's Gaming Post, is the Judgment Day Atmosphere mode, of course, squares. That Phantom card obviously showed up. The server surprise random event, which 2 export vehicles have not managed to get it yet, as far as I'm aware, unfortunately. But it is very much a thing apparently going on right now for just 1 week at least. And then apparently starting Tuesday, aka yesterday, was the UFO appearances. That did not happen until like Tuesday, basically, for yesterday. So they might have falsely claimed it was happening on the first day, but like apparently it didn't start till yesterday on Tuesday. So it's UFO number 2 that shows up today for Wednesday. It was UFO number 1 for yesterday. And yeah, for the UFO appearances, I recommend watching Gilly Master's video on it. He made a pretty good video on it. He did. Shows a calendar of the end, like, event days for, like, each UFO that's underlined, I believe, in that video. I believe that he did for Gilly Master. Is the end date for, like, a certain specific UFO. There's a number 8 in like circle or something, I think, was like the stealth UFO. That's like the 50K instead of like 15K for like the picture on the 14K UFO. And yeah, might be what, like the last 4 days you can get abducted. There's only like 1 new reward, I think, this event for the Halloween event this year, I believe, and it's the Gray Space Interloper outfit, I believe is the only new one. Kind of covered that, I believe, already on my leak video, I believe, in particular. I covered in a leak video for the Gray Space Interloper outfit, I believe, at least for the cosmetic. I don't know if it was actually known at the time what to do for it, though. But yeah, getting abducted gets you that. But actually, it might have been known, actually, that was from that, actually. I might have covered that there. So yeah, Gray Space Interloper outfit. I believe on the last 4 days of the UFO event, like, starts October 28th or like the 30th or something like that, I think. at the earliest time to be able to do that, believe. Basically, I believe one of the UFOs in the final phase is when you can get abducted, basically, for like the last like 4 days of the event or something. So yeah, when you do the abduction thing correctly, you can not only get the shocker if it's done that properly, of course, but you also get the inner Uber Alpha, basically. Cracker Space One. Which is apparently a reskin of the green one that was in like the Solomon like movie like collectible theme for like the summer special update, basically.
Hey, Shelly. I heard that place has racing.
Alright, do you think I want to go to the salvage yard robberies next? I think. And then I'll go over discounts and all that still, of course. And I still want to do the stash house and HSW time trial, at least, of course. And it's pretty much around here, I believe, with that time trial ends, by the way, for HSW1. I'll be trying to do later. But can, of course, without some extreme bullshit going on or nothing. Hopefully not.
Hey, see you on the flip
Take
side.
care.
And yeah. You can always find it ironic that you have to do it manually on this one for the COMC. But yeah, it was the update after, I think they like kind of rehashed it where you could do it for your laptop, computers and stuff for some of the properties. And consolidated CO and MC into one menu, basically, instead of having it like in like segregated menus, whatever. So probably no claimable, unfortunately, knowing Cockstar. Yeah, no. Alright, so for the standard range vehicle, it looks like looks like it's the Bravado Greenwood training vehicle from Grand Theft San Andreas. Sweets vehicle, pretty cool. Also mounting tech in this game, which is nice. Not one of bullet resistant glass though, so you're not going to get any extra bullet protection when you use it in a robbery. Doesn't have the bullet resistant glass, unfortunately. I'm 100% certain it does not, of course. So it's in Colonel Enterprises where they start dumbing down the like features of the mounting tech over time, of course. From the initial contract deal, see, obviously. But yeah, this one's apparently for the gangbanger robbery, the police station one, I'm pretty sure that is, of course. And yeah, if I didn't say DLC name, was Adam Crown Enterprises DLC, apparently. Apparently. Yeah, it has a max sell value though of $256,000. And a salvage value of $204,800. Okay. I don't think there's anything I forgot to mention that I wanted to there, I believe. Anyways. Or after that is the Benefactor Schlagen GT that was added in the Arena War DLC. That's sports car there. The Greenwood's muscle car though, by the way, I think. Schlagen GT sports car though, sports car though. That's the mid-range vehicle, I believe, is what I usually call it at least. Kind of call it by the import-export to your names or whatever I remember I'm called at least. Personally, at least. Yeah, that one's apparently part of cargo ship robbery. Apparently. And it has a maxed out value of $353,000 and then a salvage value of $282,400. I see. And then there's the Invetero Cocoa D10. Was that added originally in Los Santos Summer Special Update to Summer 2020 update? I think it was, if I recall. I could be wrong though, but still. Civilian version of that one that came out like last update, I believe, for the police one though. Basically though. Yeah, that's another sports car with the Schlagen GT.
There are over 8 million species of migratory birds that travel through San Andreas. But every day, hundreds of thousands
That one's the top range vehicle, basically. Yeah. For the event. And it's part of Duggan robbery, apparently. The arena robbery, basically. The one with the Duggans in the arena. Has max sell value. Has a max sell value, yes, of $401,000 and a salvage value of $320,800. Apparently. Alright, so I think that covers that, basically.
Hi. Hey, ladders.
I still want to see if I can find a gun van eventually loaded on the line, so I will just start covering the vehicle discounts, I think, here. Or whatever all. So Halloween masks are still free, apparently, for the event. That's probably going to go on all month, if I were to take a guess, I believe. So any Halloween mask at the, like, Bondwood, or not Bondwood, not Bondwood, but the Vespucci Mask Shop, whatever, should have all the Halloween masks for free for a second week at least now, and probably for the whole month, I'm guessing. Once again, Arena War outfits are also 30% off, I believe. That happened last week too, so that's probably going to be a month-long thing. If I were to take a guess, Arena War outfits will definitely probably be a month-long thing. I guess if we're 30% off, not that. Some of the most expensive clothing in the game, I believe, so that's definitely a pretty nice discount for 30% off those Arena War outfits. I think that's what finally got me quitting Cowbreaker Heist from my, like, grind I was kind of shooting for, like, every vehicle I wanted in the game. Whatnot, like everything I wanted in the game, so I just got tired of grinding it. That's what kind of finally broke my back or something. After getting like a ton of the clothing items in the basic clothing store, whatever. And then of course eventually they nerfed the Cowbreaker Heist, so I never better to try that again or something. And then yeah, with yeah, with the one thing going on with the business, the properties themselves are on discount for 30% off, or I believe of the document forgery offices. Yes. Now it does not say the renovations. Apparently that might just be for plus for the renovations for the staff security equipment, staff equipment security, equipment security. Yes, fuck, I started it, bro. Come on. Blah. Beyond the GT series community post, and again, Rockstar did not make a newswire for the new event. Apparently, it's just the offices on discount, not the renovations for the basic event. I think if you're on plus, you get the renovations for the staff equipment and security upgrades, though, for like half off or something. But yeah, at least 30% off for the basic document for your offices, apparently. Like, it's honestly not the most worth it to run for the nightclub or the biker business, so it could kind of be a skip, I guess, but if you want to own every single business, and obviously it's a good thing to get if you have not yet got it. And again, those salvage yard robberies, if ever there's a claimable vehicle, it does actually discount the purchase price by half, I believe. So that will save you a good bit of money over time, depending on how many claimable vehicles they add over the course of years. If you are able to take advantage of that, good. If not, good to start taking advantage of that, obviously, obviously. And then vehicle discounts, vehicle discounts. Check my streaming number a bunch of, like, couple times, I mean. Does not seem like Arena has any discounts. Does not seem like Arena has any discounts. Yes, indeed. Does not seem like Benny's has any either, so I want to say the elitist website has at least one, I believe. Just at least. It's on this one, not more stock. Yes, indeed, it's the Annihilator on discount. Yes, that's fucking body hernia shit. Come on. Yeah. No trade price for this since this came out day one of the game, basically, I believe, so. It's $1,825,000, $1,277,500, and No, 500. No. $40, like 7,500 or something. Something. Yeah, almost $550,000 off. It looks like on 30% off. I believe every single vehicle discount, by the way, is a 30% off. I believe this time. But yeah, the Annihilator is a weaponized helicopter. Originally appeared in Grand Theft Auto 4 episodes of Liberty City for. Fuck ass body, bro. Come on. Fuck. Yes, no. Slight correction, no. The way I'm saying it, that's just a DLC, so I introduced it, but it was really the base game GTA 4 to add it, but it's also a DLC, is what I'm trying to say. Fuck this fuck, I was trying to get a pain in the ass on my way and shit, according to his corners. Yeah, now later, at its peak in the episodes of Liberty City, it had explosive cannons that were the most powerful it would ever be, basically. I don't think it's as good as episodes of Liberty City for that reason, basically. Since it only has basic, non-explosive, like, firepower in this game. But it is an online exclusive, by the way, so it's not day one, September 17th. It actually released October 1st, 2013, so it's online exclusive for some reason in this game. But yeah. This vehicle probably has the best machine guns on a single helicopter in the game, quite frankly. Apparently Day 1 has the best machine guns, and like, in DLCs they actually made up the machine guns worse on average for helicopters, apparently. So it's actually a very good helicopter when it comes to machine gun fire. But sadly though, you need missiles to be able to get a very good grinding helicopter, so yeah, it's good for point A, point B transport, and can be very good for grinding different missions and free mode and stuff. Definitely it could. But because of its lesser speed and yeah, no missiles, it's definitely going to be outclassed by other helicopters for grinding, regardless though. And yeah, with the hangar increased to 35 slots, if you feel it is worth owning a personal version, by the way. Even without the extra 5 or plus, I think it is worth owning one with 35 hangar slots as it currently stands in the game. Oh, agency's full, okay. Whatever, stump hernias are in here. Whatever, stump hernias are in here. Everybody, of course, let's go. But yeah, pretty good helicopter for grinding. Albeit outclassed by any, like, missiles, really, and really any better speed, really. And yeah, it has no engine upgrades since it is a day 1 helicopter for online, for GTA Online. It is a day 1 helicopter, so no engine upgrades, or fortunately, just simply a respray. And yeah, it's Pegasus. There's no storage limit on Pegasus, so you might as well buy one if you can afford one. There is, yes, no storage limit for Pegasus, so you might as well buy one if you can. You can put one in a hangar for a personal aircraft, but yeah, it's Pegasus, it doesn't require a hangar. So there's no storage limit on Pegasus, so you might as well just buy one if you have the money for it. And willing to spend on it. Legendary might very much be having something nice, surely. Alright, yes, the Dinka Chester RR for the Los Santos DLC. On a trade price goes from $1,477,500 to $1,034,250. 40 3 250 443,250 or something. I think on the discount, I believe, for 50% off, whatever, on trade price, on trade price. So the JSRR actually kind of mentioned earlier, since there was the opportunity in subclass I want to talk about when it came to robbery contracts. As far as I'm aware, they don't add like the newer ones to robbery contracts, like the Hardy and stuff. Unfortunately, they don't really add like any vehicles to robbery contracts like they do to street pursuit races, apparently, and racing in general. So I believe, since it's the #1 top speed of the old options before the Hardy dethroned it, I believe this update for tuners of class, it should be the best option basically to use for the robbery contracts, combined with the fact it does have the rear louver, combined yes with the fact it does have a rear louver on it as an option, as you can see here, I believe as well, even. So while top speed's not that good in street races, at least, it might be actually kind of good in pursuit races. Pursuit races can have longer straights if you'll compare it to the pursuit. Yeah, if I said street, I mean pursuit races actually can have longer streets than the street races do. So it might be usable for pursuit races, especially compared to street. It prioritizes top speed instead of lap time. And then, yeah, it's the #1 top speed before the Hardy came out, and the Hardy might not be in robbery contracts, so, and this does have a rear louver, so this might be the best option to use for robbery contracts, so it's an absolutely good vehicle to get for sure, 100%. If you don't care for performance on the vehicle, then there is drift tuning available apparently, but I think drift tuning is kind of a waste for the vehicle, quite frankly. I think it's better to use it for robbery contracts or pursuit races, possibly even. But even for pursuit races, you might want a lap time option instead, so it's mostly for the robbery contracts, really. For a gameplay perspective, does have exclusive liveries for the drift tuning as well, apparently, and then it got little in come on. It did get missile lock on jammer in like one of the last 2 updates, I think. I want to check my Google Chrome, see if it was this update or the last update I had on this one. I feel like it could have been the last one, but if not, then would have been this one if it wasn't the last one, though. But I think it might have been the last one, though. Alright, yeah, looks like the last update had the lock on jammer, and yeah. Being one of the best tuners subclass vehicles for top speed, I think it absolutely is a good one for a lock on jammer for Candacy, absolutely. It's absolutely amazing for your robbery contracts, absolutely amazing one for the robbery contracts. 100% that alone, I think, makes it very worthwhile to pick up. And for the sports performance, even though it's not good in sports class races, for the particular sport class races, it's more for the tuner subclass rather than the actual main sports class, of course. But for those curious, though, to just RR, though, out of the massive 117 sports cars in the game, It is apparently in the F tier. Where it apparently, according to Roughly 152's vehicle spreadsheet, it gets 52nd place for lap time, as well as 23rd place. Or no, not 23rd. Wait, no, actually it is 23rd. Okay. Yeah, 52nd place lap time as well as 23rd place top speed. It just wasn't reading like numbers for what riders something. So it is above average for both metrics of the class at least, but it is out of top 10 basically. It is in the 10s at least for top speed on the legacy platforms, so if only just to be into account, at least 100% though. 100% though, but still. They absolutely get one, I would say, for the robbery contracts. Robbery contracts can get you the tuner's reputation, they'll level up your carving reputation, and get some good money at the exact same time, so it's an absolutely amazing grind to do, 100%. After that is the Karate Italian GTO for sports class as well. Pretty top tier one here, actually, I believe, for the actual sports class as a whole, since it's not in a subclass at all, unlike the SRR. So $1,965,000 to $1,375,500. Also, yes, the Italian GTO does previously feature the very first Grand Theft Auto game on the original PlayStation and like all those other systems like PC and stuff. But the very first GTA actually had a Italian GTO in it. I don't think it appeared until like online again, even. But yeah, so. 589,500 or something, I think, for the savings on this, I believe. Add an Arena War DLC. Arena War had like a bunch of trade prices for the Arena Ready vehicles, like the actual Arena vehicles, so I'm confident to say there's no trade price on this one. But I believe this is one of the best non-HSW sport cars in the game, I believe, still. In fact, it quite frankly is as well, actually, it looks like, because according to Roughly 152's vehicle spreadsheet, it is in the... It is, yes, in the A tier, giving it 5th place lap time as well as 17th place top speed. There's only 4 HSW sport cars out of the 6 apparently above it. It's just slightly better than the S95 HSW, and it's a good bit better than Banshee HSW apparently. And then you have Stinger GT, Banshee GTS, of course, and it'll be above it for HSW Stinger, so it outbeats 2 HSW vehicles for lap time, which is insane. It is basically the number 1 if you're on PlayStation 4 as well as PC Legacy for the lap time. The sports class, it's absolutely insane. Absolutely a good vehicle to get, 100%. So that's a very good discount. That is a pretty good discount. For sport car races, like remote driving, all that kind of stuff, of course. Alright, and there's also a Penetrator as well, apparently for the import/export DLC. Late 2016, early 2017 or something, in Feed or something, possibly. But yeah, 880,000 to 660,000 is 200. 64,000. believe so. Believe so. Yeah, I think it's $264,000 off. I believe. I'm not sure. Yeah, the penetrator reminds me of the Infernus or whatever from Grand Theft Auto 3. I believe it definitely has that kind of look of the Grand Theft Auto 3 Infernus to me. So yeah, it's not like Infernus Classic that ended up coming out like later on or something. But yeah, to me it's kind of like the GTA 3 Infernus, but for Grand Theft Auto Online, which is pretty cool for the penetrator, for the cosmetic of it. I feel. And yeah, this one's a supercar. I'm pretty sure. And yeah, it's a cheap one, so I assume it's pretty budgeted and like not good performance for that reason. Import export, a lot of special vehicles on discount too, so I believe just no trip price on this 100%. Yeah, penetrator is apparently on top of the G tier according to the spreadsheet for roughly 1322. According to roughly 1322's spreadsheet, it is top of G tier. Getting 44th place in lap time as well as 38th place top speed. -4 would be 40 and then 34. 40 and yes, 34. And to be clear, there is 64 supercars in the game. 60 without 4. So I think it's below average for both metrics, unfortunately. So yeah, you don't want this for performance whatsoever. You definitely do not want this for performance whatsoever. Customization for some preference reasons is the way to go on this one. I would say. And then there is the Ubermacht Rebel GTS apparently on sale as well. And that's from $1,175,000 to $822,500. Yeah, 52. 500. 352,500, $352,500, I believe. Is this Don Casino Resort Heist when it came out? It is Don Casino Heist, so there might be a trade price tied to selecting it as a getaway vehicle for the Don Casino Heist. They basically select it as a getaway vehicle by stealing it as a getaway vehicle during the Don Casino Heist attempt you're wanting to do as a host. As a host, money only counts for the host, I'm pretty sure. And you don't even have to drive the vehicle in the heist. It's quite literally what it says. If you don't have a trade price for a Don Casino Heist vehicle, you literally just select it for your actual heist, and then you just get away however you want, basically. And whatever vehicle you have chosen will be getting its trade price, basically, if it's not unlocked yet, basically. If it does have a trade price, according to score. Yeah, the discount puts it to 6-digit price, which is pretty nice on this one. The Rebel GTS isn't even that bad of a SUV, I believe, either. Fuck, that's hurting you, bro. Come on. Yes. But not that bad of a price, and I don't even think it's, like... I think it's actually a pretty good SUV as well, even if I remember right, too. Or it used to be anyways. Alright, I'm looking at it, kind of fell off. It looks like, yes. With HSW and sporty SUVs, it's not too surprising, I guess, but still. And HSW even came out after this, so that kind of makes sense. But yeah, Rebel GTS is apparently in the A tier for their CV class. And that gives it 11th place for lap time. And 9th place for top speed, and that's with HSW, so it is top 10 top speed even with HSW. It is even, yes, top 10 top speed even with HSW to count. Yeah, every single one of the every single SUV HSW does have a better lap time in it, it looks like, so it would be at best like 7th place on no lap time without HSW into account. So that's pretty much on PlayStation 4 as plus one PC Legacy no matter what. Or of course have HSW just to win like a race by like race hosts, race creators, something. And then yeah, without 4 HSW it would even be like top 5 for the 5th place spot for top speed as well, which is pretty insane. Basically. So yeah, it does get top 10 for both metrics if you're on a legacy platform. Of course, one PC legacy, so this is a good vehicle to buy for SUV races or just for premium cruising around or something. So. Looks like that was it for that website. Basically. Warstock did have something, I believe, at least one thing, I believe. Oh yeah, a taxi apparently is on sale. Look at his body, bro. Come on. Yes, taxi is apparently on sale. Going from $487,500 to $341,250. 46. $46,250. $146,250. It looks like. That's what it looks like. It's Pegasus, so again, there's no storage limit on Pegasus. You might as well just buy it if you have the money, of course, which is very cheap anyway. So of course, no excuse really not to. Yeah, this does give you more convenience for taxi work, though. I want to say this might be better than the Broadway and the Brigham. And even the Drift Taxi, like the Drift Cypher, of course, for the money fronts update, of course. But for sure, I do think it's basically... I think it's pretty much in the middle, honestly, for taxi work. Because, yeah... obviously, again, there is the Arena Taxi Custom that you get for like rank 50 of the Arena or something, I believe. For the red custom taxi, for the custom taxi custom. Taxi custom, yes. And then, yeah, apparently the Hardy again is better than the Nano as well. I saw this link from update. Yeah, this one cannot be customized, just keep in mind. It's the taxi custom, it's customized. You cannot actually modify the taxi or the regular or the taxi custom. So both of the straight up taxis come as they are already, basically. And yeah, I think the Chernobog is the only ever sale probably here. I think I could be wrong though. Could be wrong though. But right. Chernobog got made a lot cheaper. I forgot about that. When it rebalanced some prices or something, I believe it was one of the like several. I think they got like a deduction in price instead of like increase. So it was a lot more expensive, I think, back in the day. I think it was a lot more expensive back in the day. Yes. Start or beyond trade price, it is 100. No, not 100. Stupid fucking hernia. Come on. Yes. On trade price though, yes. It is $1,125,000 to $787,500. Yeah. Yes. 37,500 or something. 400, 37,500 or something. I think. Or free 37,500 or something. I do think it's like free 37,500 off, I believe, on the trade price, which does actually put to 6-digit, which is pretty insane for a missile launcher for sure. Yeah, first of all, the vehicle is like the Rhino tank where you can run over vehicles and they blow up, I think. So that's something that's one of only like 2 vehicles that does that, I think, which is interesting. Not the biggest deal, but it's something at least, I guess for solo use. That's kind of the only thing it really does, quite frankly. Even is be able to ram and explode vehicles. So it's nice it has that feature alongside the Rhino, I guess. But eventually you'll probably just pull yourself up doing that over time, of course. So it's kind of, in my opinion, too. And then yeah, has like 15 missiles at a time. If it's anything to look at there, it has like that has really insane lock-on range. Basically, it has very insane lock-on range. Accuracy is pretty good on it. Missiles are bigger, so they do destroy the mammoth thruster. They do annihilate the mammoth thruster with the missiles. One of the only couple few that can destroy the mammoth thruster no matter what speed it goes. As a counter to that thing. But yeah, sadly though, you do need another player to use it all that effectively though, which is unfortunate. Albeit there is a mission one you can steal from the Doomsday scenario as well that has more armor, since it actually has no armor at the default. There's no explosive there. There is, yes, no explosive resistance on this thing, actually. It just pulls up on one rocket, or the basic one. So if you are going to use one solo, definitely just do the Doomsday scenario and use like a DH7 Iron Mule to carry one, quite frankly, which is kind of anything you can do in like the last couple updates, I feel, quite frankly. And then carry one somewhere, basically. And use it that way, basically. I think when you get in the vehicle though, you have to briefly like hold like right on D-pad. You're not supposed to be able to use it. It's supposed to be deactivated, but because it's like a glitch or something with it in the mission, it lets you use it or something. If you do that, I guess. From what I've heard, apparently. I will admit, I've done it myself at times. And yeah, it's pretty fun to mess around with, quite frankly. If you put it in a good spot, you can do a lot with it. Oh yeah, wait, right, I forgot there's one more. I said that was the last one, but right, apparently there's the laser aqua on discount, apparently. Special vehicles, it does have a trade price as well. Does have a trade price as well. And man, I wish all the vehicles that did this were able to list the old price and then show the new price, even if you have unlocked the trade price. Even that would be nice. I feel. What was that? $1,000,000 for 20? Or no, that's actually the non-discount price to show the discount. Never mind. Never mind. I think it's just normal actually. Right. But yeah, on a trade price, it is $1,000,000 for 20,000 to 924,000. That is almost $400,000 off. $396,000 off. And yeah, the way you get the trade price on the... That's like the Chernobog trade price, by the way, the one I was on previously, the trade price for that. You get it for like Doomsday Scenario or something, somewhere around there, or if not, then the previous, like Doomsday, like Act 2 or something. During one of the missions, during one of the like prep missions, like setup missions and stuff. during the setup missions, I think. Yes. One of them for Act 2, Act 3, or whatever. Chernobog. Boys are Aqua, you have to do this. Boys are Aqua, yes, indeed. You have to do the special vehicle mission for that, I believe. Which I believe requires sourcing a set amount of vehicles for your vehicle warehouse, just keep in mind. And after you do that, after you do that, you get a permanent mission unlocked. You'll be able to do the mission with the Boys are Aqua, and once you complete that, for a single time, you can get a trade price for good on Boys are Aqua, essentially. But yeah, it is weaponized. It does have the front mounted machine guns on front of it, which is cool. Which is cool. So you could basically just use it for light work, for like headhunter VIP work, or some super small thing, I would say. That or you could even use it for amphibious missions. That where you technically could use it for amphibious missions, albeit there's much better options for that, like the Sea Sparrow. Like the Sea Sparrow would even be a better option, for example. Yeah, having front-mounted machine guns, you could definitely do like a headhunter or some sort of, or yes, some sort of like light amphibious work with the vehicle. It's pretty fun with it, I would say. And then unless any of the ones with the best gift I cannot redeem yet are on discount or something, and I don't think there would be any other discount left for them all, really. But the stream's still working fine, it seems. It's awesome. Not the most surprised, but still. Oh, there's one more actually for Warstock. It's just very particular. And kind of out the way, actually. Kind of out the way, actually. I cannot show the discount. I apparently cannot show the discount, but apparently the Kraken of Visa is on discount as well for the Kusaka, apparently. Nothing else tied to the Kusaka is on discount. It just looks like the Visa. But yeah, it's just a mini sub inside an actual full-on submarine, basically. Basically. God damn it, you fuck, it's hurting me, bro. Come on. But yes. Kraken Visa is apparently 30% off though. Really, it doesn't do too much for you. You could honestly probably skip it, to be honest, if you want to. If you want to complete your Kusaka, of course, it is something good to have, and like, it sure doesn't hurt to have it, I suppose, if you wanted it. If I remember right, there wasn't like any cooldown when I tested on my dedicated review and guide on like all the pool vehicles, all the pool vehicles basically, or something. So. Or would have been on my Kusaka review, where I also wanted for the Kraken Visa, since it was much cooler than just that vehicle. Really. But yeah, yes. It's basically just like a mini sub kind of thing or something that you can use like the sonar kind of capabilities for, and that's kind of about it, unfortunately. Unfortunately. I don't believe there's a trade price for it since it's a vehicle within a vehicle, of course. Just keep that in mind, though. But it's not that useful, so having it on a discount, if you're going to get it all, is definitely a good thing, obviously. And again, I was only purely talking about the Visa, the one I was hovered over, basically, or around, of course. But yes. That really should have been it, though. And I guess for those interested in Kraken Visa performance, I guess, since it doesn't do too much, of course, it should be in extra classes, and yes. It is apparently 18th place for a lap time, as well as 19th place top speed out of 19 votes, so it is second worst lap time, and it is the worst apparently for top speed as well. Okay, I think there's only 2 discounts left actually for vehicle discounts, and it's kind of looking to be it actually. But again, it's actually something I mean to mention on this still. Actually, forgot to mention actually. I'll get to that though. Yeah, this vehicle's fine, I guess, for amphibious. It's passable enough for amphibious missions, but there's definitely better options for amphibious capabilities. Like, yeah, I wouldn't say it's the worst of amphibious missions. Maybe like a technical aqua even kind of could be in a way. At least solo, especially if you're using technical aqua solo, it's probably the worst one even. But still. But I completely forgot to mention the CO work it unlocks though. Stockpiling, yes. But I completely forgot to mention though, but when you buy the Blazer Aqua, you do get access to the stockpiling VIP work for a vehicle. Like import-export VIP work, basically. God damn it, you fuck ass hurt me, bro. Come on. Fuck. Yeah, honestly, I don't know too much on this one since I don't really ever play it in particular, but yeah, stockpiling, it is the VIP work you unlock, so on a 2x event, so yes, on a 2x event or something for VIP work, having the Blazer Aqua could be ideal if you don't have access to any VIP works for vehicle ones, and it being pretty cheap and all, close quarters, so early on it could be good until you unlock better VIP works, but yeah. Interesting. But yeah, on a 2x money event, you could definitely make some money back towards the vehicle if you do its particular VIP work or something. So that is an option. In addition to the headhunters I was mentioning earlier for like other VIP work. And then amphibious missions, of course, which is kind of the specialty for amphibious missions. So again, Sea Spirit was just much better for amphibious missions. And well, it's even some other options, I'm sure, as well, that are also amphibious, of course. Yeah, dock teas and the cycle website obviously do not have discounts, though, especially the cycle website. But yeah, the dock teas does not, apparently. It does not, apparently. Alright, yeah, it did not look like dock teas had anything, and obviously cycle website did not either, of course. As earlier when I went over King Trust J, I saw the Tulip M1. I saw that Tulip M100 discount, right? What's the Explorer? Handshake, come on, no. But yeah, apparently on sale here. Yeah, I don't think it has a trade price 100% though. Yeah, I don't think so. Metro Wars DLC. Don't actually know if that had much of a trade price, to be honest. Might have actually with like stuff like the Journey to Brigade 606. Or maybe not necessarily, but whatever. But yeah, 500k-ish, 498k, I believe. Or 498k, I believe, on the discount. Or actually, 497,000, like 400 or something. Or whatever, since I didn't realize 600 until now, basically, somehow. Yeah, this is a muscle car, surely. It's going on roughly 152's vehicle spreadsheet, of course. For a muscle car class, again, now of 88 muscle cars in the game, basically. 12 M100s apparently at the bottom of the F tier, apparently, but apparently. Which is apparently 47th place for lap time, as well as 26th place top speed. There should be 5 HSWs for muscle car. Yes, yes. So, of course, -5 for bottom F tier. M100, of course, that gets it 42nd place out of, like, what, 83 vehicles or something, and it's just barely below average still, I think, in that case, then. In that case. And it gets like 21st place, it's looking like, for top speed and without HSW, or was 26, yes. Which, no matter what is above average for the class, there for top speed at least, it's not the worst thing out there, obviously, though, but still. Not exactly amazing either, of course, though. And then, yes. That should be everything until another section on this website, actually. Apparently. Well, let me just be sure, just in case, of course. Again, I already went over the room in reverse, so it's on the main menu, I believe. So I'm trying to rot, I went over that at Simeon's. And then Alerture, I went over with the main menu, I believe, as well. Frankenstein, again, I went over that, of course, because the main menu or something. Yes. The last discount seems for the event for vehicle discount goes to the festival bus. Goes yes to the festival bus. I see. We have 30% off the festival bus. Gives it. $400. $15,500 or something. Seems on savings. Okay. Also, yes, by the way, you can actually get all of these at one time. Each individual one is a unique Pegasus spawn. Each of these is, yes, unique Pegasus spawn location, or not spawn location, obviously, but yes. Each one of those is a unique vehicle for Pegasus to spawn for you, basically. So, yes, if you want all 10 variants, you have to buy it all 10 times. So that would be almost $10 million on sale, basically. So we can time to take advantage of that one. And why cannot bother myself bunker for the longest time? Because I still remember how long that took me and stuff. To get just festival buses through the Kyle Brickle Heist, basically. Sure took a lot of those to do. Probably took like a whole day of Kyle Brickle Heist for that alone, I feel. But I still went for it, apparently. So was that crazy, apparently. Do that. This complete mean vehicle, basically. It does have a proper class and all that, of course, too. Obviously, like service, advanced part service class or something, right? Yes, and it is the worst of it too. No tier for it. There's apparently no tier for the service class, by the way. Yes. Last time it was tested, whenever that was, it was 13th place for the last time, as well as 13th place top speed. Yes, 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 it is 13 points off to me on top speed, so it is the literal worst of the metrics, apparently. Apparently. But yeah, again, if I didn't say, I forget if I did, but I think I did. Festival buses apparently 13 place off time, 13 place top speed. These are, yes, 13 place off time, 13 place top speed, which is the worst of the worst of service class of exactly 13 vehicles. So yeah, nothing can really beat that. Apparently, it seems. So interesting. So might be pretty much ready to go to the stash house, at least for now. That's over there by arm wrestling over in Grandstone Desert, apparently. Okay. Okay, if I'm concerned, no, come on. So what's the Summer Street through? I don't know. And then popping the headlines.
Can't wait to see the next episode of Duty Dog this weekend. Beautiful.
Shit, buddy. No fucking way!
You dick!
Ooh, nice
You
fucking
fuck.
four get killed. Oh shit. Shot, bitch. Yeah. Interesting way to get killed, I suppose. Oh, it's shooting through there, huh? Oh, okay, that's the last guy. Headshot too, somehow. Pretty sure, pretty sure, chorus. Or over there, okay. 050291. Seems. Cool. Hey, alien, right on with the analog. Hey, let's go. 91, right? Yo, I got them all with the analog too. Let's go. Yes, come on, you fucking bro. Come on. Fuck. Yes, I got them all with the analog stick though. Let's go. I'm riding down the road section. Yes. Got weed farm apparently in 1,000. Got weed farm at $1,000. Okay. Interesting. That's already 1 o'clock already. I'm gonna spank the eyes to the fuck ass right now. You're fucking ball, bro. Come on. Alright, well, I don't think I've seen the gunman like on stream yet, so I might be going through the weapon wheel to do it then. See, I still have gunman to do, I believe, an HSW time trial. That's basically it. God, if I even want to do it at this point. Stupid fuck answer, of course. Guess I don't have to. Oh, okay, what gunman? Okay. Sheesh, I guess I predicted the future, apparently. Wow. Me and close to the HSW time trial apparently too. I don't actually know if I got this location stream before.
Hey, you're smart,
Probably
right?
did though.
You're gonna want to see the new stock. That's black market only. Mm-hmm.
So I covered these three
Can't
already.
be found anywhere but this van.
Kinda covered a
Guaranteed.
shocker, maybe. Forget though.
Only sold by yours truly.
But gun van discounts.
Doing a
Okay,
bit
so
of
the
long-range work,
okay.
are we?
So apparently the most normal weapon on here is apparently a precision rifle. A precision rifle. One of 4 sniper rifles. One of only 2 without the Mark II upgrade whatsoever. As a matter of fact, I consider it to be the worst sniper in the game. Reason being is you do want a regular non-Mark II scope sniper rifle, in my opinion. I think that's very crucial to have. Especially when running heavy sniper with explosive rounds. especially if running explosive like rounds on the heavy Sniper Mark II, I think that makes it worth having regular Sniper Rifle 100% in inventory. And then Marksman Rifle Mark II, with holographic sight can lock on anyways, so you don't really need to lock on it to precision anyways in the first place much. And this one's just much better, of course, being Mark II, of course, with the holographic sight. By the way, let's see lock on in the first place.
All I need is a whole bottle of Benedict Light.
You're
So yeah,
acting like I'm interested, which I ain't.
reason it's in the gun locker is the same reason it's a minigun is so that other types can get the ammo back every time. Every time in the lobby, every other sniper rifle gets the ammo back every time since they have it in a gun locker for some reason. That's exactly why it's like that then.
Got a feeling the bounties are gonna go all the way to the top. Drink fried brew
And
again.
then.
I don't give a damn.
So yeah, really just want to put in the gun locker so you can get your other snipers
You know the deal.
better, basically, for like your basic sniper rifle. In my case, would be the only one getting that benefit though. But that benefit is worth having the precision in the gun locker for, so I would buy it for that at least.
Alright, find me again soon.
Alright, so compact EMP launcher. That is 40% off for every player, it looks like, for the compact EMP launcher. What's that looks like? Yeah, EMP stands for electromagnetic. EMP, yes, stands for electromagnetic pulse. So when you hit a vehicle, it stops it, like I was kind of talking about buzzard earlier, but it's a weaponized vehicle apparently, where the weapons actually get disabled. So be aware, with any vehicle you hit, it's not a buzzard, it's going to be able to still use the weapons, you'll just stop the vehicle movement is all. And it's in the form of a grenade, not air burst, so it's not going to hit air vehicles on that level, really.
Last night was awesome.
Yes, it's not air burst, it's not going to hit air vehicles good. Unless they're like flying close to you and risky and everything for some reason, which I bet like almost no normal player in the game is going to be doing. Any weaponized vehicle can still use the weapons aside from buzzers.
I gotta go take a shower.
It's not as good as you would think it is, unfortunately, because of that kind of stuff. The vehicle's still being able to use weapons. Recently, I did get the buff at least to stop the RC vehicles. You can kick people out of RC vehicles now with this now, which is a buff at least in this update. But yeah, definitely needs buffs of stopping the vehicle weapons somehow. They'd have to program the vehicles to have the engines, like the weapons tied to the engines, so I don't really see that happening compared to the RC fix. I feel.
Come to my barbecue tomorrow. Right on.
I'd like to be proven wrong, of course.
No one followed you, right?
So a pretty good utility weapon, of course.
That's the very latest.
Oh, and you can use this on a bike as well. I forgot to mention you can use it on a motorcycle and I think a bow, but it's mostly useful on a motorcycle between those two types of vehicles. But yeah, you can use it on a motorcycle and you can hit stuff while you're moving. You can whip that while you're moving quick on a motorcycle. You can use it, which is nice. Which is nice.
Won't find that in ammunition. Ha!
And then tackle SMG is the latest and greatest drive-by weapon, kind of, when it comes to ones of high ammo capacity that's usable in almost any vehicle in the game. And like side seats of helicopters, and yes, side seats of helicopters and stuff, it probably won't be worth using there, since you can use like assault rifles and like rocket launchers, sniper rifles, and crazy stuff like that. Like
Rate of fire.
helicopter
Can't
side
beat it.
seats, back and phantom wedge, moonbeam side seats, etc. But in most drive-by situations, tackle SMG will be the new best option in the last 2+ years. And then yeah, the shocker is basically a melee stun
That
gun, which is
one's
cool.
brand
So it's
new.
kind of
Just
secondary
hit the
stun
market.
gun, which is nice. Which is nice. Let's talk about throwables in a bit. I
Pleasure
want to do
doing
something
business
I
with you.
don't know. No. So hold on, no. Hold on, no. Okay. Not sure what's going on with the level up thing on Pokemon Go, but okay, I guess. That's what I wanted to do quick, I suppose. Do you want to cock already? Thanks, you stupid ass goddamn Bernie and shit, though. Come on. Fuck though.
That's, black market only. Mm-hmm.
Oh, and yeah, you can also get this in Alien Injection if I haven't said yet, so you don't have to buy it here, but it's a way to guarantee that you get it if for some reason you don't get abducted and whatnot. Alright, then for throwables, you have your basic explosive throwable, the grenade, you have tear gas, which is good for room clearing, which is yes, good for room clearing, and then proximity,
Goes
as the
off
name suggests,
guaranteed every time.
blows up within proximity. Same proximity mine I was talking about with the weaponized Tampa, but it's like the handheld ones with your character. Very good anti-grief tool, just like any regular proximity mine can do for a vehicle mine as well, basically. But even more discreet, I would say, than the vehicle mines, even
Primers included.
Stuff. And body armor, of course, yep, that like usual.
You were never here.
God, see if I can
was
do this
never
before I stream it 6 fucking hours at this point. This stupid fucking hurt me. Probably not, honestly, but whatever. Not gonna even repair this, I'm just trying to get fucking done with this shit, honestly. Yeah, I guess I'm not doing UFO shit either today, quite frankly, since I'm running out of time thanks to this stupid fucking hernia. I don't want this stream to be 6 fucking hours, but whatever. Happens, it happens, I fucking guess. Fuck ass guess, though, Cool. May have went out the way there by braking for all I know, which I did not really fucking do, but again, the game just pissed me off. I ran over Cody and the character got mad before, but it seemed like it. Bro, jeez. Might be going off the way for this than I wanted to. Again, whatever. Okay, for muscle car class, it's the top speed right behind the TMGT at least. And then it is the #1 lap time, so it is a good balance, at least on this one. Again, it actually draws much better into the GT as well. Probably because it's not lap time, a huge lap time increase, of course. And whatnot. That's not driving the dirt for long, come on. Bro, move! God. Bro, go! I'm this shit, bro. want this goddamn thing to be 6 hours long. Probably gonna happen somehow. So I can do it again, especially. Bro, hey! Ooh. That's it, I'm not doing another run. If I don't get it, I don't get it, honestly, I feel. Oh, shit. Fucking game, though. Holy shit, man. Move! Fuck. Oh hell, we better do this. Oh my god! You know what? I don't care. Fuck. God, you fuckheads are in here. Like a fucking nut, bro. Wow. Like, I'm done. I was barely away. I'm just gonna fucking quit. I don't care. I'm getting off stream right after this. Fuck this shit. Honestly. You know what? I'm fucking done. It's fucking it. I'm not doing a 6-hour stream. That's fine. Gonna be it for the stream. Hope you fucking enjoy it, I guess. Stupid goddamn hernia, your fault.